Sis, good evening, everyone.
Hello, and welcome to the Grown Ass Woman podcast.
Yes.
Yes, my name's Alicia Kathleen,
And I am Mrs. O.
and thank you for joining us again. It's another Thursday evening.
Hi, Milani.
Hey, Melanie, my sweetie, my
Yeah,
sweetie,
she's
and
a
everyone watching. Hey, skinny boy, welcome, darling. Welcome. What else do we have in the chat?
hey, let's see. We have the Harrises in the house.
All right. Welcome, family. Welcome. Conscious parenting, promoting conscious parenting. Yes, it is necessary. Absolutely.
So, how is your sis?
It's been okay. I'm getting my schedule a little bit more organized. For a while there, it was pretty chaotic. All over the place, trying to manage the shows and kind of pace myself and trying to get all my writing done. And now I'm starting to work out more, so I'm incorporating that into it. And I had a little workout on Saturday, y'all. I felt like I was being run over by a truck. I was so sore.
Oh,
so sore. This past couple of days, I've gotten a lot better. But I needed that. When you work out, you can tell you haven't had those movements in a long time. Like, well, I didn't have muscles. But it's good. Yeah. So I'm incorporating my workout. I'm extending my fast a little bit. Hey, Almond Eyes, beautiful.
hi, guys. How are you, sis?
Welcome. Yeah, so it's been good. I'm grateful for another day, another week, another day. Absolutely. What about you?
Back issues, y'all. Back issues. I tell you, I've been like laying down, and I'm glad that Lost in Translation showed me about the short, so I was able to get all the do the scheduling for it. So that was already out the way. You didn't have to worry about it. Thank you, brother, for that tip. Other than that, sis, trying to keep myself relaxed to where make sure I didn't make the wrong move to agitate it even more. It feels a little better now, but it's gonna be a minute before it heal all the way. So
has this happened before?
Oh yeah, I had this for years, but it just worsened. It just worsened over the years. So, when you're working in hospitals, stepping on concrete and you don't sit down, they don't let you sit at the nurse's station. At the nurse station, you standing up all day. So yeah, that concrete, it'll tear your knees and your back up.
Mm. How
And
long does it generally last?
about a week or two.
Torture.
They give you muscle relaxers and stuff, but you have to be really careful with that. I take it like every now and then. They want you to take it like 3 to 4 times a day. You be comatose. You will not be able to do nothing. You sleep all day. So nah, I gotta take those like every other day. I can't take them like that.
Mm. And
All
the
they do
last
is
time
sleep.
I had back pain, I was pregnant, and then
Ooh.
I know it was a couple of years after I was pregnant. I, weight does not work for me. A extra pound or two really
Mhm.
affects me, and
Yeah.
it was getting to the point where my knees were locking up.
Oh, that
Yeah.
sounds like my mama. She had that
Ooh.
knees lock up big time. Now that's not good if they lock up on you and stuff. So
Yeah. I can remember trying to get out of bed and they lock up and screaming. And it was usually just me and my daughter, and she was little, she couldn't do anything, and just having to wait and try not to move until relaxed. Golly, golly.
Marcus.
Hey, Mark and Arlen.
Yeah, that is crazy. I was like, every time I turn, it's like I made the wrong move, the like a certain move. Next thing I know, my back like, I'm like,
It's like stabbing,
yeah.
stabbing. You walking, everything is fine. It's like someone come shank you.
And it's nothing like that. And the worst part of the back is like the bone on bone. So that really,
Mm.
so yeah, that just hurts. But one of my doctors talking about maybe back surgery. Yeah, right. Opening my back up. I don't think so.
Oh,
Nope.
scary,
Nope.
scary.
Nope. I worked in hospitals enough to know as soon as they had the back surgery, sometime you'll be able to move and sometime you won't be able to. And I don't want to take that chance.
Mm, 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 mm. Golly. All right. So tonight, as you all can see from the title, we're talking about love in the kitchen. We are
Oh,
sharing some healthy dishes,
mm-hmm.
mostly savory, with a few sweet treats here and there. So
Mm-hmm.
we gotta keep the sugar down.
Yep.
Um,
And cleaning techniques.
what's that?
Hold on, this thing popped up. And cleaning techniques, because some people don't know about, cleaning the food before they cook it, and even
Mhm,
though, like say for vegetables that be in bags, it'll say it's already washed. Your best bet is to clean it. Also,
mhm.
we'll go over tips on that as well, far as cleaning your fruits, your vegetables, even cleaning onions, because you have to wash those onions too. A lot of people don't think about it, they just peel the
Yeah, I
layer.
wasn't aware of that. I
But yeah,
wasn't aware of that.
but sis, this is a good trick with the onions. Actually, when you washing it under the water, it'll actually help it peel faster and peel better when you have it under running water.
Mm,
You'll be able to clean it the first layer after you take all that skin off. And then when you cutting it up, a lot of people don't like to cut up the onions because of getting their eyes and stuff like that. Um, get a cutting board, put some paper towel on it while you cutting it. That paper towel absorb it, so it don't bother you so much.
oh, nice trick. Nice trick. I would just try to cut really quickly.
Mhm.
Sometimes when I'm wearing my contacts, I find it doesn't bother me. But if I'm
Yeah.
just wearing my glasses, which I usually am, I'll
Mhm.
cut it really quickly. But I can't really eat
With the
onions anymore.
contacts
They
with
make me
me,
stink.
so even with the contacts with me, it'll start bothering me because I wear glasses.
Mm,
Even with the contacts, but put on paper towel because what it is when you cutting it, the water is looking for a place to go. So if it don't have anything to absorb it, the vapors go up and it, agitates you. So
mm.
that's a good tidbit for people that don't like to cut onions. Use paper towel. Come back to me, when if it worked for you because I know it will.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you, sis. So we welcome you all to share any tips, your favorite meals, natural cures,
Mhm.
anything of that nature. We're going to start a little slideshow and go over some recipes and the benefits, some of the ingredients, things of that nature. But we're gonna discuss some talking points first. I mean, we're gonna have a discussion first. Um,
Okay.
so, sis,
Yes.
now it's been a journey for me, but at what point did you realize the power of the kitchen? Was when you were younger or when you were older?
It was when I was younger, because my grandmother always had, like, remedies and everything, like, say if we caught a cold, and here goes the garlic, the vinegar I mean, not the garlic, she'd do the onions. She'll, like,
Oh,
yeah, the garlic and the onions.
it's coming back now.
Yeah, that's old school stuff, and, she used to, boil it and let it go caramelize, whatever, and turn it to a syrup, and we'll take it, and that'll help us. So, that's when I knew that, the healing power was in the, kitchen, and then when I found out once I started working, like, when I was younger working in the fast food restaurants, a lot of things had changed far as the food and the meat. Normally, like say for instance, long time ago, KFC used to have fresh chicken to come up in there. It came from a certain, place and we knew it was chicken. We was able to clean it. It was fresh. It wasn't frozen. Now, now you get a whole bunch of frozen stuff. You don't know where it came from. They have their own warehouse and stuff and where they getting all these chickens from? Same with McDonald's, where all these burgers coming from? It's not that many cows in it's cows, but it's not that many cows in the world, and then you could tell the difference, say, for instances, if you was to go to a restaurant that actually make their patties and you see them doing the patties themselves and cooking it, and it tastes much different than the McDonald's burgers. I haven't had McDonald's in a while.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
McNasty's. But yeah, but it's always a
JT.
difference. Hi, JT. It's always a difference between the food if you notice when you cook at home, it tastes much different than the restaurant. The restaurant food, when you go out there, especially the fast foods, you eat it, you get hungry real quick, and that's because it's not real food. If you
No
cook
nutrients in it.
yeah, the more nutrients and everything and the protein, everything, the real stuff that's in the food, you'll be satiated. When
Mm-hmm.
it
It's
comes to that
satisfying.
restaurant, no, it's the same like Chinese restaurants. If anybody knows when they eat there, they eat and they give you a whole bunch of food, and then after you eat it, you hungry within like the 30 minutes. That's because you're not supposed to be eating that. I call it. Let me tell you what I used to tell my kids, especially my daughter. I used to call them restaurants barks and meows because this is why I said it because the beef is bow
Oh,
wow and the chicken
okay.
is meow. So yeah, that's
Yes.
why you can't chew it. If you noticed that you couldn't ever chew that stuff,
Oh, yes.
it's
It
like
was tough, like gum. It
yeah.
was so good.
But if you know that, but guess what? If you cook it at home, it's different. You know what I'm saying? Because you can get the flank steak or something like that and chop it and and make it thin and cook it. Same when it comes to the chicken when you're doing it. And it tastes much better. And guess what? You're able to chew the meat.
Yes, like rubber. It's so delicious. I used
Uh,
to love I used to love white rice
mhm.
with I did smoked sausage with
uh,
gravy. Oh, that was my
yeah, when you make it at
mm,
home, sis, when you make it at home, it
mm.
be on, but don't get it from them places, y'all.
Yeah,
I
that
had
was many years ago, like 20 years ago.
yeah.
I don't do that anymore.
It's been a long time
I
ago.
love myself.
If I was to, I'm gonna have to find that video and show y'all that they've been showing them get the gutter oil and bring it in the restaurants. Have been using it to cook, and a lot of our people been catching them doing it, and they've been catching them chasing rats and bringing them into the back of the restaurant. That's why when you go up in there, they always have that. It be closed up where you can't see the back of it. You know how when you used to go and pay attention to
Wow.
the kitchen and stuff like you can other restaurants, they have it closed up because they don't want you to see what they serving you.
Wow.
That's why
Ay, ay,
I
ay.
go to a restaurant and it's like that, I pass because you're not giving us food like, real, good food, and it's probably nasty and everything, but they even had it to where they showed in the back, it was just water and buckets and stuff, and they was just cook it. You know what? Imma leave it alone. It's grown. I'm not gonna go out with the stuff that I seen.
Hey Lou, welcome to everyone in the chat. Welcome to everyone in the chat.
Sis,
Natalia, my superstar, my superstar. JT, Lou, Miss Milani. Oh wow. Yeah, I guess I started pretty late. Growing up, my mom, she wasn't, and she's still not the cooker. Everything we ate came out of a box or a can, or we experiment with all kinds of sandwiches, mayonnaise sandwiches, bologna and jelly sandwiches, ketchup sandwiches.
hey,
Um, the hamburger helper, the off-brand hamburger helper was our friend.
which side
Oodles and noodles.
which side would you wish it was a meat in there? It's just a
Yep,
mayonnaise.
wish sandwich, wish.
Hey, hey, everybody had to
Mhm.
go through that before. Shoot, somebody say they didn't, they a lie. Come on now. And ain't no
Yeah.
shame in that, because there's a lot of times we didn't even feel like eating. We just go and get some bread and slap the mayonnaise on and eat it and call it a day.
Mhm.
My brothers used
Government
to.
cheese, grilled cheese.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that was some good cheese. That was some thick cheese too, constipates you too. You eat enough
I
of
used
it.
to eat that just straight out the block. It's raw.
Oh god. Yeah,
Eat
we
that
used
straight like that.
and it
No,
took
I had to grill that.
but
That
it
milk.
but sis, it took us forever to chew it though.
It was hard as a brick.
Ain't nothing like that peanut butter though that ripped the bread. Oh, you call yourself spreading all that bread to tear the whole bread up. All you had
No, you
left
don't have to peel the crust off. You just spread peanut butter
only
peel the
thing you
crust
had
off.
left is the crust. Oh my God, boy, I tell you. But yeah, my brothers used to do this and my cousins. They used to have sugar, what they call that? Sugar sandwiches. Where they used to get the bread and
Mm.
sprinkle the sugar. Oh,
Like mayonnaise, not mayonnaise, but molasses, just
no,
molasses.
I'm talking about sis, I'm talking about regular sugar, white sugar, put it on the bread, put it together and eat it. And there's a lot of people used to do that. I remember the syrup sandwiches, but the sugar, oh my goodness.
Right, Lou? Don't sleep on those mayo sandwiches. Keep poor folk together.
Yes, they do.
Focus hope cheese. Good
Mm,
thick government stuff. Big old block.
boy, and if you
What's
was to hit
this?
somebody with it, you'll knock them out too. But
You
that
had me hit somebody with it. You fighting with the government cheese?
I seen it
It's
happen
not even a
before.
question.
I seen it happen before, y'all. That's why I said it. Hit them hard in the back of their head.
Wow.
That is crazy, but yeah, good times. But you're not gonna find that kind of cheese no more like that. But if you don't, the best thing to do when it comes to cheese now, you have to get natural cheeses because they have so many processed cheeses out there. Like we used to like the Kraft cheese all the time, but come to find out that's not really cheese. It's a lot of stuff you really have to look into, and they just feeding us all kinds of poison. I just put it that way. I didn't ran across something that normally I used to buy in the house. When I looked at it, it had paint thinner and stuff all in there. You really have to if you run across yeah, some cereals had paint thinner in it. What's this? TS is TSP or something like that. It's a paint thinner. My dad told me about it a long time ago, so I've been stopped buying my kids certain cereals. But they still no, it's called trisodium, I forgot, but it start with a P. But that is just straight up paint thinner, and they still have it in the cereals for these kids, and people still buying it for their babies. And we wonder why we fat. We can't lose the weight. We have a lot of nerve problems. All kinds of health problems. And if you look at it, it's in the food that we eat. So you have to be mindful what you put in your body.
Yeah, some of those things that you ingest take an extremely long time
Lou found it. Lou
to
found it.
leave your system.
Try
Trisodium phosphate. Thank
phosphate.
you, Lou dear. Thank you. Golly, take an extremely long time to leave your system. In some cases, it doesn't leave your system.
No, it's just there because it can't escape nowhere else but, just there, but that stuff is in everything.
And your body doesn't recognize it, so it just stores it in the fat.
Yep,
Your body doesn't know what to do with it. It's not because it's not natural.
and the only way it's gonna leave you, you gotta do intermittent fasting. To be truthful, you have to do intermittent fasting because
Burn it out. Do that
yep.
detox.
Oh, yeah. A
Yep.
detox important. I need to do a detox myself. I need to do a detox
Have me think
myself.
about grandma's onion syrup.
Mhm.
The
That
onion syrup.
that stuff work, and if you look at it too, remember the, pomegranates we used to call, Indian apples? We used to eat that when we had a cold or something, and that
Mhm.
actually helped with our, gave us our, vitamin C, and it actually helped us right along with the syrup that she made, because she made sure we had pomegranates.
Gosh, I remember a couple times she would make a big batch and it would smell up the whole house. And
Mhm.
she would line us up. We usually 7 or 8 of us in the house. She would line us up. I always had to be first because I wasn't having mine after anybody else's. Because she used the same spoon. And I was kind of stuck up. I said, I'm not eating behind anybody else. So I always had to be first.
Oh, you was
And
bougie with it?
yeah. No, I'm not eating behind no nasty kids. Ugh.
Yeah,
It's gross.
I don't blame you. It was 4 of us. I have, like, a total this my mom's side. My grandmother, she had we stayed in a two-family flat. My grandmother stayed downstairs. My mom, my dad, my mother, me, and it was, like, I think my brother under me and Mary, my sister wasn't born yet, so it was 3 kids upstairs. Downstairs, my grandmother, 4 of her other children, and my grandmother had 8 children. 4 or
Mm.
5 of her kids stayed with her and also their kids. So I had like 20 something cousins. So we all was up in that house. We was like up and down, whatever, but mama wasn't playing that.
Holy.
Hi Malik. Hi boss man. Yeah, so it's a lot of things that, but you don't see that no more. As far as a family like that, you don't see it like, because everybody went their way and
Yep.
the
That's what
family.
happened I think in my past. Everybody split up. Mm-hmm. Everybody split up. Mm.
But yeah, but that kitchen though, it's like I said, you gotta watch what you cook. But the main thing I could tell everybody that's the main killer is that soul food. It's pork this, pork that. If
Yep.
you eat it, I don't. But that stuff is the cause of a lot of things like diabetes. So let me tell you, when I worked in nursing homes, excuse me, when I worked in a nursing home, do you know that's the main meat that they feed them up in there is pork? Pork.
The setup.
Yep. And then, next thing I know, their medications is being changed. We have to give them like Lasix all the time. And some people that wasn't diabetics became diabetics. And I'm wondering why some of my patients we had to give Lasix to. And I'm looking like, what in the world? They wasn't diabetic, but when you look at the nutrition, although they have nutritionists there, I don't know what for. They still giving them this food that's not good for them. Only thing they doing, to me, when it comes to the nutrition is they just watching the calorie intake. That's it. They're not really looking into the sodium and everything they supposed to look into, when it comes to making a diet for the elderly people. And why would you even give them that anyway when they don't even walk around or run around? They actually sit or laying down all day. So they
You
can't
don't
sweat
need
none
too
of that.
much. You need very light meals.
They
Golly.
feed them big 3 big meals, 3 big meals. They first meal be like 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning, then you got the noon, then you have the other one about 4:30, 5 o'clock. And that's why anybody ever worked in a nursing home or hospital, that's how it rolls.
Mm, mm,
So it
mm.
don't give them time to even it don't even digest.
Golly. And so your body is overworking because it's constantly digesting food.
Yep.
That's another thing. We're eating far more than we need to, especially as adults. You know, kids need more because their bodies are growing, but and teenagers. But as adults, we're eating more than we need to, and the society is set up for us to do so. There's temptation everywhere.
Mhm.
Um, it benefits, you know, financially it benefits
Oh, yeah,
society.
especially, the pharmaceutical companies.
Yep.
Without sick people, they won't make money.
Yep. Feed them the junk food, make them sick, keep them sick. You don't want to cure them. You want to keep them sick as long as possible. Run up those hospital bills, medication bills, all,
Oh,
all of
sis is
that.
right. Sis Milani said there is healthier soul food recipes, but sis, a
Hmm.
lot of people don't even they be like, it don't taste the same. It don't taste right.
Yeah. You have to go through that process to change your palate
Mhm.
because if you're used to eating a certain way, you're used to that incredibly addictive combination of salt, oil, and sugar,
Mhm.
genius. If you're used to that, especially in high concentrations, anything else is going to taste disgusting.
Oh,
So
and
you
then
have to go through the process to change your palate.
and another thing, stay away from that accent. Remember that accent? That stuff? That is SMG. It's ACCENT. That is actually MSG. I
Mm.
didn't know that until I started because I used to use it back then, but it's supposed to enhance the taste of your food. And then when I read it, that's what it is. And I'm like, oh, we ain't supposed to be eating this stuff. So, and it make you want to eat more. And that's what's in potato chips and everything else. So
Yep.
there we go. Monosodium glutamate.
That's right. That's right. Thank you, boss man.
Mhm.
Absolutely.
And that's the accent, and they still selling it in the stores.
Mm-hmm.
But people don't know that's what it is because it's a
What they
accent.
call it, MSG. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yep. But they won't tell you it's MSG. All you see is accent on there, and they say it's the food enhancer, the flavor enhancement.
Yep. Mm-mm-mm. Wow. So with that being said, sis, what are some of your guilty pleasures?
Oh man, I tell you, I had to stay away from that stuff, y'all, because my weight fluctuates. I eat the wrong thing. I had to stay away from bread, but sometimes, me and my daughter get like a personal pan pizza,
CD.
and I eat that. But I used to, well, I still like it. Like, say for instance, like lemon meringue pie, I love it. I'm sorry,
Mm.
key lime pie, I like it, but it's so much sugar and it's not good for you. And that would be like a once in a year thing, if that. Especially with the lemon meringue pie, because I can't ever find it. And I tried to make one, sis. It was a major fail.
So that's what I was going to ask about kitchen disasters.
That was a kitchen, sis.
But
Let me tell you.
sweets, I like sweets too.
Right, I made it, and next thing I know, because what I did, because like I said, I was staying away from the flour, so they have the pecan crust, already
Mm-hmm.
pecan crust. So I made it on there, whatever,
Did you
whatnot.
use dates?
No, it was already the pecan crust was already
Oh,
made.
here. Okay.
Yeah, so, I did the filling, whatever, whatnot. I did the, meringue. I know how to make a meringue. So I did that, and I ended up putting it in the refrigerator, forgot I was supposed to put it in the freezer. I took a piece of it. I'm telling y'all right now, I was so mad, I threw the whole pie away.
Oh,
I did. I threw it all away because, the meringue wasn't the way it needed to be. It was, like, watery like
funny. Ugh.
yeah, it was like a cracked egg. I had to
Black
throw.
lexicon.
I was not happy with myself with that one. I said, that was a waste of, but all praise that I didn't have to spend so much money on it. It was all cheap ingredients, but still.
Yeah. Yeah. I say my guilty pleasures. I do love sweets. I do love cakes, cookies, pie,
I had to stay away from all of that.
ice cream. I just try to make, I was gonna say fine, but it's hard to find them. But I try to make healthier versions of it.
Mhm.
Um, but yeah, sweets is that's my guilty pleasure. So I wanted to ask, if you could only eat one meal or like one item for the rest of your life, what would you eat?
Ooh, one meal, I like Mexican food. I'm just gonna be honest. I like Mexican food. So, one thing that's a hard one, sis, because I'm like, I don't know. I can't even really, honestly answer that one. Nope, I can't think of one.
Too many options. For me, it would be watermelon. I'd be okay with eating watermelon the rest of my life.
You
I
know,
think
that's
something
a
real
good one.
good.
But you gotta oh, sis, let me tell you about the watermelon. Remember I told you that I go to, I do the, Fresh Time right here in Michigan.
Hmm.
I bought 2 seeded watermelons back to back, y'all.
Oh, you found another one.
Wait a minute, wait a minute. Now the
Oh,
first one I got, I sliced, it was, like, veiny and white all in there. It didn't look right. I said, "What's wrong?" So I was thinking because I had it over a week, it went bad. I bought another
oh,
and guess what? I cut it the next day. It was the same I don't know what's going on with these stores with the watermelon, but I wasn't about to eat that stuff. It was like, as soon as you cut it in half, it was, dry. It looked like, how the desert and it had the cracks? That's how it looked after you sliced it. It had a
oh,
big
the
hole
watermelon.
in it. Yeah, and it had white veins in it, and you rarely saw red flesh. Now, mind you, I just bought that watermelon. I had to get 2 refunds. 'Cause the first one went
Mm,
bad, the second one, I said, "I won't do it again," but it's real hard to find the seeded watermelons.
it is. It is.
Oh, take
Mm.
heed in the house. Hi, sis.
Hey, sis, how are you? How are you, lovely lady?
But it's like it's kinda hard even when it comes to if you like oranges and stuff like that, it don't have seeds in it. All praises the lemons still have seeds in it, but it's hard to
Hmm.
find oranges with seeds in it, because everything you know what, I'm starting to believe everything although it's everything is GMO, I'm starting to believe everything is, 3D printed,
Oh,
like the meat,
pesticides. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and then the soil and everything. It's like you
Soul's
can't
depleted.
Yeah, look what they doing to the soil. The soil not like they used to be back then. Like, say for instance, kids, when we was growing up, we was able to go outside and play this and that. We used to go outside barefooted, was able to play, no problems, this and the third. Now these kids don't even like to be outside because, people don't let their children get that air and get their immune up, you know, and be able to play in the dirt. But how can they when the soil is messed up?
They used to call us panda bear feet.
Yep,
Always black.
yep. Always, hey, but guess
I
what?
remember writing my name in the bottom of my foot. So much dirt on.
We was healthy though. We didn't have to go to the doctor. We didn't catch colds like that because we always had those remedies in the house. But now, your kid gets sick, the first thing you do is go to the store and get them all those medications and it really don't do anything but mask the symptoms and make them worse.
Yeah, don't let them build up the immunity to whatever they're fighting. Mm.
And the same when it comes to those fevers and stuff. Um, I knew some like the elder sisters, elder women, say for instance, like my kid's grandmother, um, and like older women like in their 60s and 70s. Actually, when it came to a fever, I was telling my husband about this. They'll get potatoes. My grandmother used to do it too. Potatoes, cut them up, put a thread through them, and put it around your neck to draw the fever away, and it
Mm.
actually works. A lot of people don't even know that that actually works instead of you
Oh,
giving them Tylenol, which will mess with their liver. Um, Motrin, we already know the insects would mess with your stomach lining, and you can get ulcers and stuff. So, a lot of those, daily things that we take, it actually harm you more than it help.
mm. Mm, mm, mm. Hey, 18.
Hi,
Hey,
18.
Pagoda. Pagoda D.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome, welcome, my dears. Del Monte. Del Monte green beans. Green beans, greens, greens, greens.
So yeah, it's a lot of things that we can do, and everything. Like say, like last week when we was talking about far as the herbs and everything. far as drying them out and everything, so you can have them, put them in jars, so you can put them up. Because a lot of people don't know too much about, they only know about certain herbs when it comes to seasoning their food, but they don't know about the herbs they have, that the Most High made to help heal your body.
Mhm. And then once you get into the swing of things, well, from what I hear anyway, I'm not there yet. They're relatively easy to grow and maintain.
Oh,
It's my
yeah.
second year, failed herbs and crops. I'm not a quitter though. I'm not a quitter. Hey
Oh,
Trey Boo.
hey, Trey. Yeah, so, it's a lot of they have a lot of hydroponic stuff that you can have in your home, that you can have on your countertop and stuff like that,
Mhm.
especially for people that's in apartments where they don't have no yard to grow
No
their stuff.
space. Mhm.
So they have a lot of stuff available for you. It's just that a lot of people don't want to utilize it. And it's much cheaper too, and it's safer because you don't know what they spraying on the stuff, especially herbs when you get them in the store. Um,
Mm.
and it's more safe. It'll be safer too because you've seen this. A lot of people see you go to the grocery store. Everybody got their hands all on everything.
Or they let their kids touch everything. Or after
And
they dug up their nose or scratched their booties, they
and
just
people
touch.
and they don't wash. They don't look. How many times you went somewhere and you went in the bathroom and certain women went out the bathroom and didn't wash their hands after they used it.
Yep, Del Monte, the compost. Make your own compost. I've been
Yep.
doing that.
Yeah, compost actually helps.
Yeah, we got to build up the soil. Got to
Yep.
build up the soil. It's so depleted.
They didn't drain this earth so dry. It's like,
See, Black Lexicon says his family used to use this powder on the vegetables. What kind of powder? Black Lexicon.
I used to use this powder on vegetables.
Oh, so sis, is there anything that you have to prepare on a regular basis that you don't like preparing?
Something that I prepare on a regular basis that it's nothing I can't say it's anything that I wouldn't like to prepare because I like to cook, especially when it comes to beans. You have to be meticulous with that
I was
because
gonna say
um,
he's getting on
you
my
gotta be
nerves.
meticulous with them beans. You know how they do. They just grab the beans, throw them in the pot, boil them. Don't even, it's rocks in those. You got to go over all the beans, make sure it's not a rock in there. Then you have to look for the ones that it could be some sprouted ones in there. You don't know. So you really have to be on it, wash them and everything else. So, but a lot of people just throw them in the pot and cook them.
Mm-mm. So we eat beans all the time. So that's a process that I don't necessarily enjoy. Of course, I enjoy the outcome, but it's just so many steps, especially washing. You said the rocks. I tend to find like these little like roly poly bugs
Yeah,
in
you got
mine.
to.
Twigs, look, little twigs and sticks and I don't know, like hay or something. I don't know. And just overall dirt, just washing it really well, then letting it soak.
You have to
And
let it
then
soak overnight. You have to, and baking soda is like green bean said, baking soda is one thing that a lot of people need to have in their house because it helps with everything. Clean the beans, it cleans your greens, it cleans your fruits, your vegetables. It do all of that.
cleans
So
your house,
oh
baking
yeah,
soda vinegar.
oh yeah, oh
Mhm.
especially that vinegar. The
Yeah.
vinegar is another thing that actually help clean your stuff, but baking soda is the most inexpensive thing to buy.
Yep. It's that baking soda and that vinegar fizzles up,
Of
scrub
them.
those veggies and fruit down.
Yep, both of them. Especially when it comes to them potatoes too, it make sure you have a good scrub brush.
Hmm.
Don't just wash them and do like this and thinking they clean. No, you have to
You'd
scrub
be amazed how many layers come off of those potatoes.
and it's nothing but dirt. You have to soak that and really scrub those potatoes because
Baking soda good for odors to pour on that raggedy carpet. Why the carpet gotta be raggedy?
yeah, yeah. It,
All right.
it does a lot. So, it's a lot of inexpensive things we can buy to clean up, like I was saying, far as the vinegar and water. it clean the windows. You don't need to spend money on Windex and all the other stuff unless you want a blue color or whatever. Just get a little blue dye and pop it in there, and
Oh,
you want it for if you want
you're
the
feeling
color.
feeling fancy.
Yeah, if you want it fancy, like, "Oh, I don't it gotta be blue." Just throw a little blue dye in there, it'll work. But it will clean your windows and it clean your
Think it's gonna
mirrors.
take the gas out of beans so both of y'all don't get the machine gun farts. Wow, that sounds painful. Machine gun farts?
Yeah, that's why you know what? And he
Ooh.
right, because you have to degas those beans. A lot of people, you wonder why they eat beans and they had gas all the time because it wasn't degassed.
Yeah,
And that's the
they used to
reason
do
why
that.
you have to soak them the way you do. You have to have that baking soda because that's how I do mine. I degas mine. And, I let them,
Okay, we have the sound effects. Thank you, Del Monte. We appreciate that.
oh, he gonna let it rip with the sound effects.
What?
Oh,
I
so
normally
good.
don't get gassy. I mean, I normally only get gassy if I eat something that's like crazy processed.
Mhm.
So that's another thing to limit your processed food. A little here and there is not terrible, but really gotta minimize that. Really have to minimize it.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
gotta
Trey,
minimize things.
beans are a lot, and then that is the base of a lot of our dishes. So we generally make a big batch within I say about a week. It lasts about a week or 10 days, something like that.
Yep.
Bake a big batch, and then we freeze most of it, and just take it out as we need it and dress it up however we want. But it's the whole process is it's
It's
annoying.
kinda tedious, but like you said, sis, when we doing that, the best thing to do is after you clean it, use what you're gonna use and freeze the other. Put a Ziploc bag, or you get one of those, because I have a, what they call that, a, a sealer. Seal it in one of them
Okay.
bags, and then throw it in the freezer. So next thing you know, when you're ready for it, just measure it and whatever you ready for, just throw it in a pot, and you able to
Mhm.
cook it. But yes, crock pots. I love crock pots. I am a
Mm.
crock pot cooker. I don't do it all the time, but I love a crock pot. I put my corned beef in those.
Trey had a pizza today for the first time in 3 years. It was disgusting. Oh, what kind of pizza did you have?
That cheese and
They
that dough will get you.
stay from boss man, stay away from canned goods, people, and learn to work with fresh goods. Yes. Yes,
Yep.
the aluminum and the toxins in the metal can seep into the food.
And that's why they say it's best to do the canning with the jars. Get
Yeah,
you
with the
some mason
glass
jars. Now the
glass jar.
mason jars are inexpensive. I'm seeing a lot of
Mhm.
sale. I was like, I got to get some more. But my husband said we got to get more room before I buy some.
And they're good for everything, and they're pretty sturdy.
Yeah.
I've dropped a few mason jars now, and I've rarely broken any. They're
Mhm.
sturdy. Mhm.
Yeah, they sturdy, and plus it's safe for, and I was also talking to my husband too, sis, about because you know how you have those plastic containers or whatever, and you put your food in and stuff like that. I got to get rid of all that. My daughter buys so much of it. I have to get
Yeah.
rid of those and replace it with glass.
Yeah, that's what I usually use, glass. Plastic is a last resort. A last resort. I
You should
usually
have
use
saw me, sis.
glass.
I'm sorry, y'all. I was like cussing. I was like, oh, I can't wait to get rid of this plastic. I was like, oh my God. I looked at it, it's like, because it's cluttery. It's just like, yeah, I'm ready to get rid of it. So, plan on like probably at the beginning of next month start collecting more of the glass benzo boxes and stuff like that, and the storage ones because that plastic is no good.
Mm. So we see 18, Trey, the universe is going to send your queen. Oh, they just talking. They see Trey. A mason jar broke my grandmother's toe. Ooh.
Ooh, ouch. Yeah,
Del Monte, massive protein. Yes, lots of protein in the beans. Boss man switch to metal, wood, silicone cooking utensils, and get away from non-stick and coated pans. Yes, absolutely,
right.
absolutely. We rarely use oil, so I mean,
Yeah, it's like what we gonna fry it on because you rarely use oil. So, 'cause you rarely use oil. So, um,
yeah,
I like cast iron.
lectin, lectin. Oh,
What what you talking about, sis?
the bossman mentioned lectin. Forgot what that was. Hold on, I'm gonna Google it. We'll start a slideshow in this moment, y'all. If
Oh,
you be
lectin.
patient.
Oh, yes, that is. Boss man, right. That lectin is it's in a lot of foods. But you once you look it up, sis, you'll see what he's talking
Yeah. Here, I'm gonna copy and paste.
about. That's like one of the major poisons out there, right along with the MSG and the other stuff I said, the paint thinner that they putting in foods. And
Mm.
and also you notice too that I know a lot of people see these kids eating those Takis, eating those flaming hot things. That flaming hot stuff is also a carcinogen. It's they use a certain carcinogen in those
Mm.
for that the red color and yeah, and I seen it. I have to find it, y'all, but I seen a video where they said that it was burning holes in young kids' stomachs, and they had ulcers by the age of 12 eating those Takis and those flaming and them flaming hot things. I never bought my kids them flaming hots.
Mm.
You know, like the Cheetos and all that other stuff. That
Yeah,
stuff.
a lot of those dyes, like the red dyes.
Yep.
That's something I'm allergic to. I don't know if it's red, 5 or 40 or whatever, some type of red dye.
Red 40. 'Cause
Yeah.
I had to keep my, kids from messing with the Red 40 because they said that was main, thing that was feeding the children that had, ADHD and autism. Red he said red 30.
Mm.
Yeah, that those colors, it's like, you don't even need that stuff in there, and then if you look at it too, sis, when it comes to a lot of the vegetables and everything, a lot of that stuff is dyed, and including if you look at the apples, I was showing my kids experiment when they was younger. I had an apple, I put it on top of a cup, and I ran some hot water on it, and you could see the wax melting off of it. So
Whoa.
apples, put it in some hot water and watch that wax come right off of those apples.
Oh my gosh. Mm.
Still put wax on it.
I broke out several years ago. I don't know why I had a craving. I had made some red beans and rice. I
Mhm.
don't know why I had a craving to put a bunch of ketchup on it. I had a little bowl, put a bunch of ketchup on it, and I'm sitting watching TV. I ate that little bowl rice with that ketchup,
Ooh.
and I started itching. Yeah, I
Mm-mm.
broke out from the top of my head all the way down to my thighs in hives. Just an itchy mess, swollen.
Ooh-wee.
Don't
That
do it.
pesticides.
Don't.
With them pesticides and stuff, you really gotta watch everything you mess with.
Gosh.
You
And
know
come
what?
to find out, I told my mom about it, and she said she had a red dye allergy as well. And I
Wow.
noticed my daughter, whenever she ate ketchup, she would break out. It wasn't as bad, but she would break out as well. So we had to cut that out.
I don't know why they putting
Mm.
dye on the ketchup for anyway. You can make it's best to make everything yourself. It's easy to make that on the ketchup. It's easy to make a lot of stuff.
You just gotta
They
plan it
put
out.
dye
You
in
gotta
it.
plan it out.
Yeah,
Let's
you do.
see. Boss Man Red 30. Del
Mhm.
Monte, you can light a flaming Cheeto. The flame is blue. Scary.
Ooh,
Trey.
it's
And this
blue.
is why people jacked up so many chemicals. I read a report that a woman puts 170 chemicals on her skin before she leaves for work.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Yep. He is and you can find that too. He is exactly right on that one. That's why you have to that's if you notice a lot of women when they put that makeup on, they gotta continue putting makeup on because it's eating away their skin. They got craters. I know several women
And
that have
they look
craters.
like a zombie.
Yeah, they had a craters all in their skin and stuff. It's because they make to me, makeup takes away your natural beauty.
Mm-hmm.
You need that much. You don't even really need it at all. What
Nope, not at all.
when
Not
we
at all.
growing up in
I
the
haven't
90s,
worn makeup in years.
growing up in the 90s, all we needed was some eyeliner, some mascara,
Lip
the
gloss.
the lip liner, and the
Oh,
lip gloss,
liner.
and we was cute. We didn't need no we didn't have no eyeshadow like that. We didn't have no, face cake with 50 layers of Maybe.
I used to wear all those layers, but that's because my skin was so bad. So I was trying to cover it up
Mhm.
because my diet was terrible. But once I cleared up my diet, my skin started clearing up.
Right. Y'all be walking they be walking around here with faces like, I'm sorry, but Sexy Red, y'all see her skin. Look at did you see her face?
Exhausting. There's so
Oh,
much
she
that
look
we
like
have to do when you got that extra step because it doesn't take forever to do all that.
girl, she looked like
Much
she
time to
allergic
waste.
to water. I'm sorry, her skin like she allergic to
Hey,
water.
welcome,
Ladies and
welcome.
gentlemen, we had Demonte Green in audios. Thank
Hey,
you.
Delmonte. Hey, Delmonte. Welcome, brother. How you doing?
Uh-oh.
Where'd you go, Delmonte? Let's see here. We have Lost in the house. Lost, you are silly. You
Mhm.
are silly. Out of control. All right. Let me see.
But
Good
sis,
evening to you.
look what
Um,
Trey said about the lotions and stuff.
yes. Oh, Alicia, yep. Lotions, creams, makeup, perfume, shampoo, conditioners, bronzers, toner. Gosh, that's crazy. Who has time for that?
And you know what? And especially with the women, when you washing your hair, if you're washing your hair in the shower, you have to be careful because all that run down to your
Mm-hmm.
and guess what? That mess up your pH balance and
I
everything.
usually I usually do it separately. Sometimes when I'm rushing, I jump in and just do it all at once. But I
Mhm.
usually do it separately. Yeah, because I don't want all that running off my skin. Let's see.
Now they have something, if you notice all the skin creams and everything for the women, they have that hyalo it's some kind of new thing that they have. So they have it in every like in the creams and the soaps and everything. And it's called hyaluronic or something like that. Acid. And I'm like, why is y'all putting this stuff? And then when I looked at that acid up, the acid is real. Never mind. All I can say is don't even use it. They have it
Mm.
in shampoos, they have it in the soaps, they have it in the makeup, they have it in everything.
You can make your all
Yeah.
in one
Yeah.
lotion, lip gloss, hair pomade, everything. Natural ingredients that you can eat.
Right. And I'm about to put in the comment thing, it's a place that you can get a lot of stuff. So you can be able to make your own. And they got good prices. You able to make your own soap, your own lotions, um, your own smell good, your own perfume and everything. With
Lost,
name.
lost. I wanted to draw a picture. Just wanted to draw a picture. Lost was just tripping the other day talking about Flipper had a BBL.
Ooh, he said who had a BBL?
Flipper the dolphin.
Oh no. Flipper. Oh no, that's not right.
Oh,
He said,
please
oh,
send it to me, Lost. Please send it to me. If you have my IG or I drop my email, whatever, I would love it. I would love to have it. Let's see. Trey, the men too. Same lotions, colognes, hair grease, deodorants, powders, too many chemicals. Nobody in their right mind. Yeah, your body absorbs all that. So many
yeah.
other chemicals we cannot release. We cannot release. They say I was in a documentary once. Um, there was a woman. She had she had measured the amount of whatever it is in plastics
Mhm.
in her breast milk. She was nursing her baby over the course of time. From the time she had plastic materials and plastic bottles and things of that nature, and then she switched to completely to glass,
Mhm.
and the decrease in the plastics, whatever the chemical was that she was feeding to her baby, it was crazy.
Oh man.
Golly.
They want to make sure they get you and your kids.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Melania, not all chemicals are bad. Everything is a chemical. True. Very true.
I had put that
18.
thing for everybody too. That store where you can get all the stuff where
Oh,
that's
I
where I
see.
get all my stuff from.
Bulk apothecary.
Yep. They
See,
have
18. Trey, that's what so many women are thrown off, as my cousin would say. Oh, the older.
Mm-hmm.
Mm. I had a friend of mine ask me, oh, this was a long time ago. He asked me, he said, we were pretty close. He said, Lily, they call me Lily. Lily, why is it so many women smell? Yeah. He said, I'm in a from position from behind. And he said he's just getting older than a it's pretty graphic. We were close. I said it's got oh, it's got oh. He said it smelled like fish.
But sis, it's not even just the food too. It's a lot of women are going around saying that the vajayjay is a self-cleaning organ. They don't even they wash the outside some of the time and that's it.
You gotta get all the cracks and
Yeah.
crevices.
You better get
So
some
many cracks
vinegar.
and crevices.
You better be old school and listen to us old women, us older women that don't know nothing, and get you some vinegar and some water and a hot water bottle. The hot water bottles are inexpensive. They under $15. Get that, measure your vinegar, put your water in there, and do what you gotta do to clean it out. It'll actually clean you out. It'll actually get your pH balance back, and it also tighten you up.
And fast, fast, fast. We need that detox.
Yep.
Fast. Clear it out. Suck it up. You just gotta suck it up.
You know that
Sometimes
seafood
you
alone, that crab, lobster, shrimp, and all that other stuff, that's what's doing it.
and
I'm
I find the cleaner
Mhm.
I eat, and over the past few years, anything that I eat that has an odd odor, I can smell it on myself for days. Um, anything with garlic or onion, that's the worst for me. It's so overpowering, and like I can smell it when I'm sleeping.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so
Yeah, they said that is a few things like that, and, like, say, for instance, even when you eat broccoli, you have to be careful with it because you can smell like broccoli down whatever we eat, like, if we eat a lot of red meat, that also mess you up down there too.
rotten. That's right. It
So,
takes a long time for your body to digest that as well.
yeah.
And people think that, especially with all the processed foods and the additives and whatnot, that when we're having our bowel movements, that everything is coming out.
Nope.
There's often layers and layers and layers of buildup from the time you were a kid, or just junk. They say most of our weight is waste,
Waste.
is
Yep.
poop.
And we don't know anything too, sister, about because I have to get me some stuff for the lymphatic drainage.
Oh,
They have the wood stuff so you can be able to help the drainage along in your body, because a lot of times you eat the certain foods and stuff, it's in your fat. So, it's not escaping anywhere, it's all there. So you really need to get a massage routine going on to help
mhm.
circulate that,
And
because a lot of that is
sweat it
just
out.
yeah.
Sweat it out. Sweating helps.
And a lot of people don't sweat because they don't exercise, they don't walk. So if you don't sweat out anything, you just holding on to a whole bunch of
Build up. I build up. We have Trey. Let's see. Ain't nothing worse than a funky woman. Same for a man, Trey.
yeah.
Golly. That is not cute. Lossy, you are out of control. Stop. You're gonna ruin the show. Um, see, the food we eat affect our odor from 18. We must eat lots of fruit, drink lots of water, and focus on ourselves. One thing I can boast about: no woman has ever said I stink. Bless you, Trey. Bless you, bless you, bless you, bless you,
Well, he
bless you.
said that far as carrying, Trey said, far as carrying, people carry 20 to 50 pounds of, yes, and they attest, yes, they do. Get a colonic. Yep. Yep. They
Mm,
colonics actually help, but a lot of people don't do them. They actually help you.
mm-hmm. I wanna do it one day.
Me too.
What was it? I saw a special where a guy He had like a I guess it's different levels of colonic, but he had like a really deep one done, and they pulled out all kinds of things. They said it was a Barbie shoe, a pink Barbie shoe up there.
Oh,
And I said, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
we know what time it is.
Get up there.
We know what that is. Those don't behind.
Oh gosh.
What you do with a toy up in there after colonic? We leave that alone. I don't have to think about it.
Uh,
A Barbie shoe? What is it? Never mind. Never mind. Unless he ate it when he was a kid.
who knows? Who knows?
I'm surprised.
Thank you. Thank you for the image loss. I appreciate that. I'm gonna print it out and frame it.
I'm surprised the gerbil didn't fly out.
Let's see. Catellia superstar. The Bible instructs us on how to eat.
Yep.
Who was it? Miss Jenny. Miss Jenny, she had a live recently about food. Who was it? Chaotic Truth came on, and he was asking if Jesus ate any animal products. That was really interesting. They were looking through the scripture to see if he ate, and they couldn't find much. Very interesting.
Ate lamb. They had to eat lamb on Passover.
Okay.
Passover.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Yep, could tell you, lots of people walking around full of poop. Trey, I've done it. It's a weird feeling, but very weird. But I felt amazed. I had a ton of energy. Okay, awesome. Detoxing helps you eliminate a whole lot. Yes. Let's see here. Oh, lamb. Okay. Yeah, that was a really interesting conversation they had. All right, my dears. Let's see. Did I cover all my talking points? Yep. All right, we're gonna rock and roll. So we're going to and you are welcome to come up. And if you have any images, bring them on in. Any recipes, anything like to share. This is a safe space. We're all learning. So I'm going to play a slideshow with a few recipes. Some of them I'm familiar with. Some of them I'm going to try eventually. And
They got lost with
share
that.
some of the ingredients.
He keep going in with that dolphin. I'm done. I don't. Since you gotta send me that. You gotta send me that dolphin.
I'll send it. Trey's a comedian. Not Trey, but Lost is a comedian. BBL dolphin. The dolphin was, we say dolphin.
Oh my goodness.
Crack booger, something sugar. Bottom nose booger sugar.
Those BBLs is out of line. Everybody getting them.
Golly.
That
was fun. That was a BBL flipper. That's what it was.
The thighs don't match. That stuff is
special
crazy.
BBL flipper.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let me see. Okay, I'm gonna share my screen. Let's see. Yes, media player. All right. There we are. Okay, let me get my little list. And none of these items contain animal products. Sorry, guys. But and most of them are raw. There are a few cooked items. And for the most part, the ingredients are relatively inexpensive.
And healthy.
This one's a spinach omelet. And I'll display the recipe after the image. I'll pause it if anyone wants to come back and copy it and try it out. But it's a spinach omelet. Lots of spinach, and there's onion, there's turmeric. The spinach boosts the immune system, lowers blood pressure. It's a great source of protein, believe it or not. Helps with healthy eyes, bones, and skin. There's turmeric. Turmeric's amazing. Turmeric helps to relieve pain.
Yes,
It's Anti-inflammatory, yes, ma'am. And also helps treat skin diseases. And then we have onions. Onions, great for your bone and your gut health. Doesn't it look good?
Yep.
It's all fluffy.
You don't have all that cheese in there.
Yeah, no cheese, no cheese. So I'm gonna pause here on the recipe. If anyone wants to come back. And I got all these recipes. I have a ton of cookbooks. I have my recipe book. It's empty. We have failed to actually add the recipes to our recipe book, but we have a ton of different cookbooks. So I just went to the cookbooks and copied. So this is the
We
recipe
have
here.
Boss Man in the
Hey,
studio live in
hey,
picture.
sweetie pie. How are you?
How you doing, boss man?
I'm good. How are you guys, ladies?
Very well, sir. Very well. Thank you for joining. Thank you for joining. You can chime in whenever you're ready. We know you're the chef, boss man. Chef,
Okay.
what did you prepare today?
So actually, I did not prepare anything today. I actually spent a lot of time resetting the kitchen and cleaning today. Actually, I was going to. Funny story. I was going to go to the butcher today and grab maybe a thick cut of either a pork chop or a center cut beef. I didn't know which one I was going to do until I got there. But then my son decided to take my other son's lunch and throw it on the wall underneath the sunroom's window. So I missed the window to go and get something for the butcher. So I decided to spend some time cleaning the kitchen tonight. So that's what I was
So
doing
much
earlier,
fun. So
just
much
resetting. So didn't cook anything tonight. So taking a moment.
Gosh, they keep you on your toes, don't they?
They
Mm,
They
do.
keep you on your toes.
They do.
Was it the baby? You have a 2-year-old, right?
Yes.
The 2-year-old through the lunch.
Correct.
And how old is your other son?
He is 15.
15. Oh, was he
oh,
upset?
He was more. He was. He was upset, but he was more shocked than anything. He was more. Um, how do I put it? He was more flabbergasted more than anything. Like, he was just more
Oh,
like,
okay.
"Oh my God, what was happening?" More than anything. So
Surprise,
yeah,
surprise,
yeah. Because I told
surprise.
him there was food downstairs for him when he got off the bus. I had told him there was food downstairs for him, and I was in here in my office working. And I didn't know what was happening at the point in time. So yeah,
Gotta
wow.
love it. Gotta love it.
because
Memories.
I daddy daycare and work from home as well. So yeah,
Awesome. Does he know about the 5-second rule?
there was no 5 seconds to be had because I also have pit bulls. So yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
Oh, they love pets. I bet they love pets. Do
correct.
you
See, Mrs.
feed
O
them?
knows. See,
Do you feed
huh?
them little treats from the table, the dogs?
No, absolutely not.
Oh, you know they love that then.
Yeah, no, yeah. It was a treat for them. Now, what I will do, correction, what I will do is this: if I have say if I were to have a cut from the butcher, and let's say this is a steak or whatever, or ribeye or whatever, and there's a bone section, I will cut that part of the bone off, and I will sear that separately with no salt or anything of that nature. I will put that in the oven to like not braise it, but what do you do? You would not
Is it
bake it.
broiler? Is it
Broil,
broiler?
thank you. You would just broil it, just to expose the marrow, and then I would give that to them. But aside from that, no, I don't cook for the dogs. They get kibble,
Okay. But I bet they love
kibble.
that.
you know what, boss man? My husband used to cook for our dog. And it was a tedious thing. It's like it took him hours to do it. This is when we have a old English bulldog, and he is stubborn. Stubborn dog. But my husband was making the stuff for him, whatever, whatnot. Oh, he was tearing that stuff up. Y'all should have seen when he was little. His sides was all busted open. He couldn't even, he barely
Busted.
walk. And he was like walking to the side because he was trying to gobble it all down.
Waddling.
Yeah, he sound like Biggie Smalls, y'all. I'm not lying to you.
What did your husband prepare for him?
He was doing the chicken, was the carrots. He had all the major stuff in there because he didn't want to feed him the dog food because a lot of that dog food they have all that stuff in there that
Yeah.
causes cancer and everything. So, that was his prize dog, and he wanted to make sure he was eating well. So,
Poor
but it got so tedious now. He old now, so he on dog food. But he makes sure he get a good dog food for him and not that gravy train and all that other stuff that they be
Correct.
selling. That stuff is like you have to go to a actual pet store and really look at the ingredients when you're feeding your dogs. It's they poison your dogs too.
The refrigerated section in the pet area too. It's
Correct.
cool. That's cool.
Yeah. But that stuff expensive though. When you look at it, I'm like, ooh, wee. It's like if you look at it, it costs a lot of money.
Yeah, the dog food I get for them is like almost $80
Mhm.
a bag.
Mm.
It's wellness dog food. It's stupid expensive. Um,
Mm.
but it doesn't have as it still of course it still has fillers in it, of course. But it has the minimal amount of all the extra unnecessary stuff as best as I possibly could.
Mhm.
But yeah, it is expensive, for especially for two of them. So yeah, it's expensive.
How long does that last?
uh, about 2 weeks.
Oh,
Ooh.
golly.
How many
Yeah,
dogs you have?
two. I used to
Oh,
have three. Uh, uh,
wow.
my wife had a what was it? It was a um, husky,
Oh, I had one. I love that dog.
Energetic.
Siberian husky.
Yeah.
And then we were only supposed to get, well, it was her idea. We were only supposed to get one um American Bully,
Mhm.
but the breeder came in with one of them, her sister, that was part of the litter. And okay, so I grabbed, the runt of the pack, the blue one. And as
Oh,
soon as I grabbed her, she just kind of like cuddled and, so
couldn't
she was
resist.
just that was it. That was it. And my daughter at the point in time, she was just like, oh, we can't separate them, dad. No, anytime she throws in that dad portion, stepchildren, they throw in that dad portion in there. It's like, what do you want? You want something, you know.
You
So
sound like my husband with our daughter.
Couldn't
My daughter
resist.
said the same thing to him. You tell her
what do
every
you
time
want?
you hear dad, is you want something.
You know. So we end up getting both of them. Uh,
Wow.
and those two argue and fight and love on each other like sisters. All right, so yeah, they're inseparable.
That is sweet.
Awesome. Did the husky pass away?
She did.
Oh,
She did. She was suffering from seizures.
Oh,
Um, I had
oh.
I had to be the one to point this out to my wife because she wasn't ready uh,
right.
to uh, to uh,
In denial.
to read the newspaper on that one. Um, so I had to go ahead and start that process. Um, but yes, I think she was like 8 or 9 years old or so. So she lived longer than most huskies do.
Yeah.
Oh, the spans are that short? I
Yeah.
was thinking about 15-ish.
They
Mm.
They don't live that long.
Mm.
they beautiful dogs. They well tempered dogs and everything, but they don't live long at all.
They don't live long.
Yep.
Wow. Bossman 18 asks, do you give them unrefined coconut oil?
I do not. But when I do cook anything for them to give them specifically, only avocado oil.
Okay.
Avocado oil is best anyway. I actually like avocado oil. It's
And
better, it's better than
B-
olive oil some of the time.
and BMU says adding you to the Black Man
Yeah,
Unfiltered roster.
yeah, I'm responding to that now. That's an honor. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Awesome.
I wanted to take a moment to I mean, we were obviously talking about, cooking and stuff.
Mhm.
So the whole cooking thing, you wouldn't really know it by looking at me. But I used to be grotesquely overweight. I
Really?
used to be, yeah, man. I used to be
Do
a
you mind
full
sharing your
chub
weight?
chub, huh?
Do you
My weight
mind
now?
sharing how much you weighed?
Now? Oh, way before. Oh yeah, man. I was like 230 pounds.
Oh, wow. How
I'm
tall are
Wow.
you?
5'8".
Oh.
Feel it.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh, you were
yeah.
round.
Yo, round,
Oh.
round.
I can see your
Yes,
fat baby
yes.
cheeks.
Yeah, oh man, round is round to get. And so
Congrats.
when I was
Congrats.
15, I had my gallbladder removed when I was 15.
Oh.
And so what started me on a different journey, of understanding, what food can do to you, is that when I was looking at my pictures of my internal insides, I started to understand what visceral fat was.
On the organs.
Mm.
Yeah,
Oh,
and visceral fat is different from the fat that is like right underneath the skin and right next to, or lateral to the muscle. Visceral fat is the fat that is right, literally enveloping your organs.
mm.
Okay, so when I was looking inside, I literally saw. Oh, thanks, 18. So I literally saw how much fat was enveloping my liver and stomach area and whatever. And being 15 years old, having gallstones, two of them that were like, eyeball size. Okay.
Mm.
So that was an eye opener to me. Now, my family suffers from, you name a heart disease, and someone in my family has died from something that's congenitally related to a heart problem. Okay.
Were they all
And I'm
overweight as well?
okay.
Yeah.
I struggled with weight all my life. Okay. Uh, so, with that in mind, my thought process was, okay, I need to adjust something now. Okay. Because I didn't want to become that later on in life. Okay. Now, this is obviously well before, joining the Marine Corps, whatever case may be. But so adjusting, things like cutting out, unnecessary things like phenylalanine, aspartame, things like that in sodas and other things you drink and whatever.
Mm,
If I'm going to have sugar, I'd rather eat the sugar versus drinking the sugar, because at least if you are going to have sugar,
so
your body is going
slow.
to actually process and digest and crank up your metabolism to actually process the sugar, as opposed to just absorbing it.
Yeah,
You
getting
know,
that rushed. Hmm.
exactly. All right, your body is actually going to, crank up the body heat enough to actually process it, as opposed to just absorbing it from drinking it. Little simple things like that. All right. So when it came to cooking, same type of thing. Switching from bleached flour to unbleached flour. Why do you bleach
Mm,
flour? You know why they bleach flour? It's because it's more appealing.
mm.
Yep.
It's more
Wow.
appealing. They
Sugar.
literally bleach. Yeah,
Yep.
sugar too.
Mhm.
Sugar too. They bleach it just because it's more appealing.
There's
So,
ways to
um,
do it.
making things from scratch as much as possible. I really wish I had more time to make pasta from scratch. I know how to make pasta from scratch.
Cool.
I just from the process of doing it on a regular basis, it is difficult to do it on a regular basis. But I do know how to make pasta from scratch. I've made, like, ravioli, lasagna, tagliatelle, um, pappardelle, spaghetti.
Mm.
Very easy to make. You just
What
those
topping?
those those few things I've just mentioned, they're all literally the same sheet of pasta. You just cut it differently. Same shit. And it's just literally flour, eggs, and oil. That's it.
Simple stuff.
So you started this when you were 15? Were you able to purchase your own products, or how did that work with your
So
family?
the journey started then. I had always, okay, so this okay, well, here we go. So I've been cooking for myself since 13. Not to get too, dig into family history there, but I had to be self-sufficient. Okay, so and I was always watching somebody cook, whether it's standing on a box and watching, my great aunt cook, or my other aunt cook, or who I was staying with, who was happened to be my mother's generation cook, or whoever. I was watching somebody cook. Somebody was cooking. All right, damn it. And I was going. My aunt always told me. She says, that's where I learned to make gravy. And she said, "You like gravy?" And I said, "Yeah." She says, "Okay, well, you like it too damn much not to know how to make it. So here we go. You're gonna learn how to make it." That was back when you was just pulling people in the kitchen, and you was just, "Here, you gonna learn how to make this." Okay. And now I talk about that now with my 2-year-old. What I do is I have this little high chair over here, and I wheel him over to the cooktop. And I'm like, "I'm gonna show you how to make this, catch a woman and keep a woman stew. This is how you do it. All right, this is how you do it.
That's a good
All
one.
right." But this journey started this way, as far as getting rid of canned goods, getting rid of processed stuff, finding ways to make things on your own as much as possible. I don't there isn't a sauce in the world that I buy. Make it yourself. A lot of sauces are either starting from a sauce from
A
reduction
roux.
of some sort of fat, or a roux if you're making a gravy. Okay, all right. So that's the difference between a sauce and a gravy. Okay, a roux for a gravy. Okay, yep. Or if you're starting with a fat, and you are deglassing or deglace if you're doing French, making a pan sauce or a sauce from the fauna in a pan. It's just adding something and then reducing it to concentrate it. That's all sauces are.
Yeah.
Now, one interesting thing I've learned about myself is I have a very keen sense of smell. So I smell, all of us, okay, I'm gonna tell you something very gross, okay? When someone excretes something that doesn't smell very nicely, okay, when you smell it, the back of your taste buds, you actually taste when you smell, okay?
Yep.
Yep.
Arch too. Everything.
So yeah, so literally what happens is that my dad, he was making something that he wanted me to try, and so he didn't tell me what was in it, and he sent it to me from where he lived. He sent it to me and said, "Okay, all right, son, now tell me if you like it." So before I told him if I liked it or not, I broke down what he had ingredients wise in it by just smelling it.
Awesome.
So literally, I can taste what it's going to, I can smell what it's going to taste like just by smelling it. It's very strange. So I use it a lot when I'm trying to develop either recipes, or if I'm at a restaurant, for instance, and I smell something and I'm saying, "Okay, I'm going to make that." And then I'm going to make it myself.
Nice.
So this journey started with trying basically to stay healthy. So now I fast on a daily basis now. So I fast so today was a 14 to 15 hour fast. And I only have a small eating period. But with that process, yeah, you just cook healthily. Now, don't get me wrong. I use butter, folks. All right. I have a blog of butter, okay, that I use to butter based everything, okay. Any meat, any protein I cook, I baste it in butter. Okay, natural butter. Don't use a margarine, just regular butter. Okay, natural fats are okay. Hell, I have beef tallow, which is nothing but
Oh, wow.
beef coagulated rendered fat. Your body knows what to do with natural things.
Mm-hmm.
Use more of the natural things. The body knows what to do with it. It's the unnatural shit the body doesn't know what to do with it. And what does it do when it doesn't know what to do with it? Stores it
Store it.
as fat.
Yep.
Okay, that's
Ooh,
it for now.
Liberty Twitcher. How are you?
The
Oh,
wife school podcast in there too, sis. Hey,
hey,
sis.
wife school.
But you know what, boss man, another thing too, say for instance, like when people buy the fried foods that's out there, they actually using peanut oil. Peanut oil, our body's not able to process that
Was the
peanut.
canola oils?
There is that canola oil, even the vegetable oil. That sometimes those vegetable
Yep.
oil are not vegetable oil. It'll say it's vegetable oil, but it's not. And you find if you was to go back, say for instance, they had the Crisco for us back then. We had the vegetable oil back then. And if you look at it, that's when,
Yo, come on. I can't.
but that's when
Bless you, Liberty Twitcher.
right. Remember when they was pushing that? That's when we start seeing people gain weight. The Crisco, that lard and all that other stuff. It wasn't the beef tallow. Like when I tried the beef tallow a long time ago, that actually helped, and it helped with your digestive system. If you was to mess with the like the vegetable oil, the canola oil, and the peanut oil, you're constipated, and you wondering why you have the issues because your I learned this in nutrition class. Your body can't even process it, so it's like it's like it just causes more waste in your digestive system, especially in your colon. So you have to really watch that, and that peanut oil is no joke.
Mm.
So typically, what happens with some of the oils that are used, a lot of them when they say vegetable oil, if you read the back of them, it'll say soybean oil. Technically, soy
Mm.
is a vegetable, but if you read the back of it, it says soybean oil. Soy is high estrogen. What does
Hmm.
estrogen do?
Hmm.
If you have
Maybe.
too much estrogen, okay, it leads to a lot of breast cancer. Okay, and in men, gynecomastia, but in men, it also reduces. It actually counteracts testosterone. Okay, now peanut oil actually is not that horrible for you when here's a caveat, and you're right. So I'm not counteracting what you're saying.
Mhm.
When it's not heated past its smoke point.
Yes, that's
it
right.
becomes
That's
a
right.
it becomes a carcinogen
Yep.
when it's heated past its smoke point. Any oil that's heated past the smoke point is carcinogenic. This is why I use avocado oil, especially whenever I'm trying to get a nice bark on um, on beef or any type of meat I'm cooking.
Mm.
I
That's
find
correct, 18. Soybean is not made for human consumption, especially if you're trying to
right.
make a processed product, a byproduct from something that's not technically made for human consumption. Correct.
Mhm.
Mm.
But you know what, boss man, you're right about that. I had watched the
This
video.
recipe has tofu.
Yeah, when I was watching, about the heating, index of each oil, and the first thing they said, especially when you cooking for a long time, that the avocado oil would be the best because it have a higher, heating index. The other ones you can't use like that. Like say for instance, even with the olive oil, you're not even supposed to heat that like that. Cold, put it on your salads or something like that, or you eat it like if you're eating something raw. But other than that, you're not even supposed to be frying with it. And that's why I like to use the avocado oil when I'm frying certain things. Even when I fry fish, I use avocado oil.
Avocado oil or grapeseed oil is another one too.
Oh yeah, grapeseed
Is a good
oil.
one as well. So here's what you can do when it comes to the so here we go, olive oil. A lot of people don't understand the different labeling when it comes to avocado oil. Dagnabbit, olive oil. Is if you buy the olive oil, this is gonna sound really bougie of me, so bear with me here. All right.
This is a safe space.
Yep.
It is what it is. It's fine. All right. I deal with objective reality. It's fine. Look for olive oil that is in a dark glass bottle. Do not buy it in anything other than that. It's like buying alkaline water in a clear container, or buying alkaline water that's not in a box. Okay. I buy alkaline water, and I only buy it because of my medications that I'm on. And so medications create acidity. Acidity breeds, it creates a breeding ground for
Disease.
all diseases and viruses, and whatever the case may be. Okay. If you're disease ridden, more than likely your blood is acidic. Diseases cannot survive, viruses cannot survive in high acidic blood. So what I do is, and medicines create highest acidity. So I counteract that by bringing down my acidity, or bringing down my pH. So with that in mind, back to olive oil. Buy it in a dark bottle. Same thing with avocado oil. Buy it in a dark glass bottle. It costs more, sure, okay, but even a dark plastic bottle, okay. Think plastic, okay. When it's heated, what does it do?
Gonna leach all kinds of
all that
chemicals into the product.
Yep.
And then what do you do when you heat it up? Release it. You breathe it, and then you absorb it right into your food. So now you have microplastics and so on and so forth, and the chemicals from that, the BPO, not BPOAs.
Yeah, was it BPAs and
BPAs? Thank you.
Yeah.
All that back into your food again. Okay. Remember I told you about earlier when I said switch your materials that you're cooking with.
Yep.
Okay. Stainless steel, stainless steel. Okay. Specifically stainless steel. Don't use copper. Soft metals, don't do that. But stainless steel, wood, or silicone. Why? Because the plastics, whenever you heat it up in the pan, when you're touching it, it releases into your food. Okay, so I had to have a coming to Jesus moment with my mother-in-law, because her father passed away from Alzheimer's. And her mother also was starting to develop Alzheimer's as well. So you had two people in the same household that were developing signs of Alzheimer's. So I started asking questions. Now this is going to blow people's mind, and I don't mean to bloviate and make myself seem more prolific.
Let's connect the dots.
Hey,
here we go. So two people in the same household start developing the same symptoms, and one person was cooking predominantly. Okay, so you got the dots there. So I said, let me ask a question. Did she cook with aluminum a lot? And my mother-in-law said, well, yeah. I said, let me guess. She used that a lot because she got tired of standing at the stove and cleaning dishes a lot. No, she said, yeah, exactly. So what did she do? She put all the macaroni and cheese and so on and so forth in the pan, and then she wrapped it up inside of the foil and she threw it in the oven, right? Right. And then when she got it out of the oven, she left it in there. And then when she got ready to eat it again or serve it to her husband dutifully, okay, because she was a traditional type, what did she do? She warmed it back up in the oven, did she not? Right. What did she do? She heated soft metal, cooked it in the soft metal, might I add, and absorbed metal into the food. What does metal do to the brain when you absorb it?
It sticks to it.
Wow.
Metal, and aluminum specifically, aluminum, bromium, strontium, those three in particular, are direct causes of, shreds, but direct causes of Alzheimer's. And if you ingest it too early in life, it also is a main leading causes of, wait for it,
Autism and ADHD.
Well, autism. There you go. Ding,
Mm.
ding, ding.
Yep.
So if you're pregnant and you're eating a lot of aluminum stuff like canned goods, okay. So now let's connect some more dots here. So in our community, okay, we're sold in our grocery stores right next door in the area, the Black community. What do we see a lot of in Aldi and all these different places that are cheap? What do we see a lot of?
Canned goods,
Canned goods.
Processed
And when
food,
they're donating to the poor and so on and so forth, what do people give us?
canned
boxed and
goods.
canned goods,
Oh, okay. And who are predominantly more than likely poor? A lot of people
color.
who are pregnant and are of color, correct?
Yep.
And should you be eating canned goods that are lined with lined with strontium, aluminum, and so on and so forth? No.
Nope.
And so that
Mm.
baby is now ingesting metal while you are ingesting it.
Mm-mm-mm.
So I told my wife while she was pregnant with my son, "You're not. I'd be good and goddamn if you eating a canned
Tell
good."
a boss
I
man.
said, bullshit.
Oh
I
shit.
will I will cook anything you want, but you will
Oh,
not have a frozen good. You will not have a canned good. You will only have boss man goods. Good to go. All
all
right.
right. All
So
right.
there we go.
Awesome.
A little bit of knowledge for you there. Sorry.
Right.
Thank you, sir. Thank you,
We
sir.
appreciate that.
Wow.
We got some
Mm.
gems up in here. Oh, you got to come more often when we talking about this stuff because this is some added stuff I can add on my list of what not to get.
Right. Just when I'm thinking I'm doing all right, you go hit the kitchen and clean out some items.
I
Yeah,
mean, you
because
could use the aluminum foil, okay? It's okay to use it, but if you need to cook something to separate a layer, just use parchment paper.
Mm-hmm.
yep.
Yeah.
Don't use wax paper, parchment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that wax paper. No, don't
Get some
cook.
glass, get some Pyrex. I
Mhm.
still got Pyrex, man, for 10 years. I've been using the same
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah. I have a dish.
That Pyrex is good. We had Pyrex. I grew up with Pyrex, and I had it until something happened. Some of my stuff got broken up in a move, so I wasn't happy about that because I had those pans from my grandmother.
Mm.
Yeah,
Y'all got broke up. Oh, y'all should have saw me. I was so mad. I was so hurt.
hot.
But you know what, boss man? I was telling sis this earlier that, I was just looking, I ran across a whole bunch of Tupperware that I have to get rid of, change into glass. I'm like, I was in there cussing. My husband heard me. I was there cussing. I said, I'm so sick of plastic. I can't wait till I change this over to glass. I'm like, oh my God. I said we got a number of cabinet full of poison. So I'm so ready to get rid of it. And plus it's cluttery, it's too much. And then I noticed too when it comes to when you have that plasticware, excuse me, y'all, when you have that plasticware and you let it sit, it's some kind of film. If say for instance, it's some Tupperware that you haven't used, okay, and you let it sit, it's some kind of like thin film or something that comes out of it when it sits for a while. And I'm like, what is this stuff? So I don't know, it's some kind of toxin that comes out of it because I've been noticing with a lot of the bowls, you clean them, you stack them, and it's just pile up like dust or something. So I don't know what that is. I think it's a chemical that's coming out of out of that plastic.
Where's the
Mm.
plastic stored at? How close is it to your heating element?
It's in a cabinet. It's not even near a heating element.
Oh, well, then I don't know.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, I
crazy.
just need not
Some
to drink
translation
out of
says powder.
plastic water bottles, especially if they've been sitting like in the car
Oh,
and they've
throw
heated up.
those
Mm.
away immediately. You can't even drink out of those because the stuff is leached. Once the heat, the sun hit it, that water is destroyed.
It is. Law
Mm.
said y'all better be drinking out of metal cups.
Yep, yep.
I do glass.
Glass. Yeah,
Glass,
glass.
glass we got to get rid of all that plastic because
Ceramic.
plastic is crazy. It's not good for us. But they make sure they push it on you. Then on top of it, if anybody noticed, because I like watching nature channels and stuff like that, they've been finding all the plastics in fish and everything too, because people out on the beach, they just throwing plastic bottles everywhere, garbage and stuff, and those fish is eating it.
Lost. That's how Flipper got the BBL. Was the plastic.
Yeah. So all that plastic and stuff, and it's, and now it leached into, you know, the the sea life. And a lot of people, what they do, they eat lots of seafood, and that's why I don't be mess with seafood like that, because they get everything that come to the bottom of it. So you
We,
actually,
you know, we have to be aware of how we're treating our planet, because especially the ocean, most of our oxygen comes from the ocean.
hmm bad enough they cut chopping down the trees, because the trees is oxygen too. Have you ever noticed, you be in certain neighborhoods, if it's a lot of trees, it's like the air is much better for you. And if you go to neighborhoods that don't have those trees, it's like it's just depressing, and you just feel like you just have a lot of allergies out the blue, because it's not enough trees.
Mm.
The air just seems kind of how do I put it? Heavy.
Yes. Yes. I was telling my husband, I raised my kids like northern Michigan. We had trees. We actually lived in a forest. A forest. So I got all the fresh air. I didn't have no issues, no problems with my, with allergies and stuff. As soon as I get down here, I'm always have to, cough and stuff, and deal with this issue. And I only had it since I've been back down here. Up north, I didn't even have these problems.
Mm. Mm-mm. Have either of you ever prepared something for your significant other and they didn't care for it? They had that face once they tried it.
Oh,
Do you mind sharing that experience?
I'm trying to see if it's something I done made for my husband, and he looked at me. You know what? Let me tell y'all this right quick. Now, my husband don't like salmon. I'm telling y'all, he didn't like salmon, right? He don't like it. But I ended up frying salmon. And he looked at me like he never had the salmon. I know how to fry it, and I tell y'all how I do it. So what I do is, I wash my salmon, I prepared everything. I will use the panko crumbs after I season it. Put the panko bread crumbs on it. After I do a egg, I have to put my egg wash on there. Then I put in there. Then I put my avocado oil in a pan, and I sear it. I fry it, but I make sure it's cooked, all the way through. It turns out perfect. And he said he never had it like that before. Not the croquettes, y'all. I'm talking about the salmon itself, the fillets. Fillet. I cut it and I do that. It's not the croquettes. My husband don't like patties. He called me a patty pusher when it comes to croquettes. He see that's one thing he don't like. He do not like the macro patties and the salmon patties. I better not call myself coming to him. He called me a patty pusher real quick. No, I'm talking about regular salmon, y'all. And I make it, and I've been frying salmon ever since I was like 18 years old. And I used to use the flour when I do it, but I found out the panko breadcrumbs is much better. Believe me, y'all will actually love it. It got a crunch to it and everything. But
Yeah, that nice,
I'm
nice
gonna,
and
I'm gonna
crispy.
make a video how I do it and stuff, so I have and air it so everybody can see. But it turns out good. So I went him over when I cooked the salmon like that. But He not gonna eat salmon if I don't cook it like that. But let me push a patty. He gonna be mad.
And you, boss man, have a story?
So believe it or not, there are actually plenty of things that I've made that my wife has looked at like,
Me too.
brother. And I'll tell you what it is. All right, it's not that it's not good. Okay, what I typically do, and I've had to stop doing this, is I will talk about what I'm going to make. All right, and generally my process is talking it through and getting a tape and getting a feel of the room, surveying the scene, right?
You hype it up.
Yeah. And so my wife be having this mind of she be like, oh yeah, this is about to be good, man. She has it in her mind of what it's going to be, right? Well, what'll happen oftentimes is that if it's not a recipe that I've actually either done before, or if it's a recipe that I have like no crap, like I have a risotto recipe that turns out exactly the same way every time. Okay. So by the time I get done, while I'm making it, something will happen. Either my reduction process, like I have a red wine reduction that I reduce it too much, because I'm focusing on something else, or whatever, something. And so, or I'll have an idea, or I'll sniff a seasoning and nope, these two don't go together. So let's try something else, like cardamom and this doesn't go well together. Nah, you know. And by the time I give her the plate, she's like, "This is not." And one particular time, I think this is before we found out that she was pregnant. And it's and so she was pregnant at this point in time, and she literally she all but threw that plate at me.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Hormones
because
raging.
she's very serious about her food, and the only thing that she ate was the rolls, because she's very serious about the yeast rolls. I have a recipe for that. And so yeah, she all but threw that plate, because I basically had an idea of what I was making, and it didn't turn out how I had planned at all. And admittedly, it did not at all. But yeah, she was not having it. She was not having it. So yeah, I had to learn to stop doing that and just basically say, "Wife, pick a meat."
Right.
And then I'll go from there.
Right. All right. Wow. See, it's been quite a few with me, because I love experimenting. And he was like my test dummy. My daughter, she's pretty good. She's pretty good. She likes just about everything. But I was just trying red lentils, making a red lentil loaf. And I just started out, so I was making them kind of like a pancake style. It was just the red lentils. There weren't any seasoning or anything, because it was meant to be just the bread, like the bread for sandwiches, instead of eating real bread. So I was having some issues, gaining weight. So I had him try one of the red lentil pancakes, and the face he made. He said, give me a tissue. Give me a tissue. And I spit it out.
Ain't
It
nothing
was just
like
bland. He wasn't used to, because it was just bland. Didn't have any season, no flavor whatsoever. But I
wow.
ended up mastering it. Yeah.
Right. Hey, it takes practice on stuff. When hey, you got to practice on it. If it don't turn out right, like, okay, then that's when you scope out what you actually need to put in there, or what you actually have to take out.
Yep.
So
Yeah, and sometimes, so I have my own recipes, and then I have I call them inspired recipes. Now, essentially, what that is for me is that I'll see something. I have a knack for seeing, and then I'm gonna do that. But I never ever follow the recipe. I'll always say, "Okay, I like the concept
Fun.
of that, but I'm gonna do this instead."
that's what I do.
Fun. Yes.
Like I'll never
Yes.
follow the recipe. Like I saw someone make like either cacio e pepe, or making amatriciana, which essentially is only 4 ingredients. Literally, it's a Greek dish. 4 ingredients, and instead of me using I think it's basically like pig cheek. It's essentially it's a cheek meat. Instead I'm going to use bacon instead, or instead of this, I'm going to do this. Instead of using, like, I literally do not follow the recipe at all, but I'll see the concept and I'll say, "Yep, all right, this is going to be mine."
Yep, it's fun. It should be.
But you know what, boss man? Let me
Should
tell you
be.
what my husband told me. Every time I make some, he said, "What is this?" I be making stuff, don't have names for it, but it be good though.
No, it'd be good though. It'd be good. Now, one thing I will say is that I made a beef Wellington, and
Oh.
I did follow the recipe. Did I follow the recipe there? Hang
No.
on, I'm looking at the picture now and I'm thinking, did I follow the recipe? I did. I did follow the recipe. I did. Okay, I did. All right. I did follow the recipe there. The next time I won't. Next time I won't.
I find it better.
All
I
right.
find it better that you do it yourself instead of following the recipes. Cause when I used to, cause like I said, I eye everything when I cook. I don't measure anything, people, but it is good though. But when I was following recipes, it's like it didn't taste right. I'm like, what kind of recipe is this? So I always, if I seen something, I always tweaked it.
Let the
Mm-hmm.
ancestors talk to you.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I like to tweak stuff. I don't follow all recipes are not good recipes.
I don't measure. I don't measure
Mm-hmm.
shit. My wife is telling me I need to write a cookbook, and I'm like, I don't measure nothing.
Oh. For
I
the
don't.
kids, the boss man for the kids.
They need to be standing right next to me, like I did Nana, okay, and learn how to make this catch a woman stew. All right.
Right.
Oh gosh. All right, all right. We'll rock and roll on to the next one. Let's see here. Oh, I'm getting hungry now. This one is sweet potato pancakes. Sweet potato pancakes. Oh my gosh. Ooh. Breakfast is one of my favorite meals. One of my favorites. I used to love, I don't really eat this anymore, but I used to love corned beef hash, crispy,
Mm-hmm.
with French toast, with strawberries and stuffed with cream, and over medium eggs. Hash browns, lots of pepper, black pepper, and onions and green peppers.
Yeah, that sounds good.
That used to be my favorite meal. Can't eat that anymore, but it used to be.
No, I can't do the corned beef
Sweet
hash.
potato pancakes. Sweet potatoes are good for eye health and for the reproductive system. Mm, fun fact there. Sweet potato pancakes. Now, I haven't tried this one before. So my list. Let's see what's next. All hail the kale salad. I love kale.
I love
I
some potato salad.
love kale. Oh my gosh.
I'll be right back, y'all.
Yes, ma'am. Take your time. It's bitter, and I like that bitter and strong. I like that flavor.
A lot of people
Kale.
don't know how to actually work kale.
It's gonna massage it really well.
So you can massage it, but a quick way of doing kale is blanching it.
Oh, quickly. But I usually just eat it raw, clean it up really well, and just eat it raw. I don't think I've, not that I recall, I don't think I've cooked kale before.
Blanch it and then lightly saute it. You don't want it. You don't want it to become translucent because you still want it to be a nice rich, because it is a cruciferous vegetable.
Yes, I
Green.
like that
So
toughness.
you don't want it to become, you don't want it to become
Like mushy.
malnutritious. Okay. Yeah, you don't want to cook everything out of it, of course. But if you blanch it for, depending on how much you have, if you blanch it for about 3 minutes, right?
Mm.
And then in the cooking process in cold water, right? And then let's say you're either a butter type person, or if you said you like bitterness, right? White wine vinegar, red wine vinegar,
Red wine vinegar.
butter, not butter, but
I like balsamic, a strong balsamic.
balsamic, aged balsamic, okay,
Mm.
or with Medina, okay, good to go. All right, if you know, you know. Lemon, lime, one out of two, okay. Now take that, put it in your pan first, okay. Reduce it to make it a little bit stronger, depending on how much you want, okay. Season that up really, really good before you add your kale, okay. All right, and then add your kale to flavor it.
Mm.
You need about two or three more minutes, and you just spent 6 minutes,
Mm.
and you have a flavor. Of course, you can season it if that's what you want. You can add herbs if that's what you want to do. But for me, I would say butter is my realm. Again,
Mm.
butter, lime, a little bit of white wine and vinegar.
A little bit of a sprinkle of chopped dates and a bit of cayenne pepper. That's that tartness and that sweet and spicy.
Pine
Mm.
nuts.
Oh, I didn't came in on a
Pine nuts. Are pine nuts still really expensive?
No,
I know a while ago their prices skyrocketed. It
oh
was crazy.
those pine nuts are very expensive.
They're still expensive. Yeah, I
Yeah,
where?
haven't had any in a long time.
if you go to regular stores, they're expensive, but go to a bulk a bulk store, you get them much cheaper. A
Yeah,
lot
like
of
a
people,
Costco or a BJ or something.
yeah, but if you go to
Mm.
a regular store, oh they robbing you blind.
Yeah, I hadn't even thought about them in so long because I used to work in a few restaurants, and the pine nuts
Okay.
too
Well,
expensive. But I
well,
love
it's
that
worth
flavor.
it's worth it for that. Okay.
Mm.
Love
You
that
have a little bit
flavor.
of bitter. You have a little bit of sweetness. Once you burn off a little bit of the acidity from the red wine vinegar. Okay. And then you have the crunchiness from the pine nuts,
Mm.
and add some tomatoes if that's what
Roasted
you want.
pine nuts.
And
Mm.
if you need a little bit of salt, instead of adding kosher salt, use pecorino romano.
Mhm.
The cheese.
Not yes, just freshly grated pecorino romano.
Mm.
Now, repeat, do not use pre-grated cheese.
Oh, it got
Oh.
all kinds of colors in
If
there.
you do use pre-grated cheese, rinse it first.
Oh.
Because one of the I'm not worried about the cellulose part that they use. I'm talking about the multidextrose that they put in there. The multidextrose is what they prescribe you
Hmm.
if you have eye problems.
Boy, they putting a pharmaceutical everything in all your food, in your water. You don't know what you're getting. That is
Mm.
crazy.
It's in the cheese.
Jeez.
Rinse it. It's a powder basically that
Afraid to
basically
eat anything.
creates or prevents clumping.
Mhm.
Well,
Okay.
right, but
Caking process.
here's the thing. What also clumps in your eye?
Hmm.
Proteins that create what?
What's the
Cataracts.
cataracts?
There you go.
Ooh, shoot.
Ta-da.
Oh, they tearing us up. Hey, we keeping that health system on running, ain't we?
Right. So I do not use pre-shredded cheese. And if I do, and if I just have to because I can't find Parmigiano Reggiano or Pecorino Romano or whatever the case, then I rinse cheese.
Mm. So
That's
what
a
is that process? You rinse it and you just lay it out and allow it to dry?
You don't have to let it dry. Just rinse what you need. Don't
mm,
Okay.
don't
Per serving.
yeah.
Okay.
Don't rinse it and then put it back in there. That's how you get mold. Okay.
Okay.
Rinse what you need. Okay. All right. Like a little strainer. Rinse it. Okay. To the point where to the point where it wants to clump. You know that you've gotten it all once it clumps.
Oh, okay.
If you're still able to shake it and it doesn't clump, you didn't get it all.
Mm.
that's a good tip. That's a real good tip. You know what, boss man, I stopped buying because I found out, excuse me, I found out that they was using a whole bunch of stuff in there and it was like say for instance the craft can. I don't mess with that at all. They said that it was majority, I would say like 15 to 20% Parmesan and the rest of it was fillers.
Mm.
I was like, the only way I could get Parmesan, I have to get it like I have to go to the deli, get it, and grate it myself or do whatever myself. At least I know it's actually the cheese and it's not some fillers and
Cellulose.
yeah, cellulose. Ugh,
Mm.
that is yeah. If you don't do your food yourself, you just and you bad process. You just playing with your life because everything processed isn't good for you, basically. Because you don't know what they doing to the food. And I
Not to mention saving yourself some money. I mean,
yeah.
so I don't know if you guys know what Wegmans are or Publix is or
Oh
whatever,
yeah.
but I do shop at Wegmans and Publix. Okay, not because it's a bougie thing. It's because they have a wider variety.
Mhm. And that's
You
the
go
stuff
over
for.
you go over to the part where they have the stuff pre-cut and look at the price versus the stuff that's not cut. Just
Mm.
spend the extra time cutting your stuff. It's called mise en place. You mise en
Mise
place the
en
night before,
place.
mise en
Mise
place
en place. Put
night
everything in
before,
its
or just right
place.
before. Yeah, it's mise en place.
Place.
Everybody want that convenience, boss man. They don't want to cut nothing. They don't want to cut up the onions. You buy the onions nice. But you know what, boss man? I found something. I was telling my husband about it. It was this guy. He was on, I think I seen it on TikTok. He was actually snitching on his job. He was actually showing about the fruits and stuff that they was cutting up. Say for instance, when you go to the grocery store and they had those little fruit cups and stuff, the sliced fruit. He said that they actually do those because when they run across the molded, say for instance, there's some strawberries. It's some molded strawberries in there. They take the molded strawberries out of there and they'll slice the bad part out and whatever the like say half the strawberry was molded, the other wasn't. That other half that wasn't molded, they'll put in a cup as sliced fruit. And that's what they've been doing, giving it to everybody. And people don't know that. And say, for instance, what they do, they keep rotating the fruit and vegetables and stuff. All they do is just take the bad stuff out. They have it in the trays, take that out and just, cut
They're not wasting anything.
ain't wasting nothing, but guess what? At the expense of you being sick because that food it's just horrible. Like I was saying about that watermelon. I cut a seeded watermelon up. It was just like dry as a desert in there. It was white veins throughout it. I see
Mm.
some of the seeds, but I mean it was when did you ever cut when did we ever cut a watermelon in half and it's a big hole in it? Never. Never.
Oh, so something was living in that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Something was. I got my money back. And this was from a one of these reputable health food stores here in Michigan too, where I got it from. It's not
But
a Whole Foods, but it was something else.
but here's the thing. Here's the thing. Okay, so if that's how you know that the watermelon is actually organic,
Yep.
If there was bugs.
because something wanted to live in it and eat out of it.
That's how I knew it was real, but it was I couldn't it was
That is true. That is true.
and it was a good like 30-pound watermelon too, y'all.
The bugs want to eat it. It's okay.
Right.
Greens with little holes in the leaves. Those are good.
Hey, but you know what? Even pets will tell you when food is real or not. Try to give your pet a McDonald's burger. They ain't gonna eat it. Cat or dog. They won't eat it. And
That stuff doesn't decompose.
hey, I gotta give y'all a story. Story time. When I was in nursing school, right? We call ourselves, had the hamburger, the McDonald's hamburger, the fries, everything. So we incubated it to see if it'll mold. I tell y'all right now, we had it for like 45 days. It did not mold. The bread didn't mold. The ketchup didn't mold. The burger didn't mold. The fries, nothing. It stayed the exact same. The fries dried out, of course, a little bit, but the bread, it was no mold on there. And this was like in 2008. We did this experiment. I said, "Oh, and we've been putting that in our bodies and oh my god, that stuff is terrible." Well,
And
yeah,
what's it? Bossman said that he had the gallstones. My mother also had gallstones. She
I did too.
always ate fast food.
I had,
Always.
but you know what? What happened with me though? This is a quick story. I had got some Dairy Queen. I'm not supposed to have Dairy Queen, but I did. I took the kids to go to Dairy Queen. They were still in high school back then. This was 2013. All of a sudden, I had a real big, like a strong pain in my stomach. I was like, "Oh my god, what in the hell going on?" So, end up going to the doctor. End up going to the hospital. Actually, they had to do a emergent. They set me up for emergency colorectomy, which is removal of my gallbladder. It
Yeah,
was
she had hers
where
removed.
yeah, it was to the point where it was making me lose weight, y'all. I had lost so much weight. And everybody thought it was the C word, but it wasn't. It was the fact that my gallbladder was full of stones and
Mm,
it was bothering my liver. So I was like almost at that point where I had the fatty liver disease, but we caught that in time. All praises on that, but I still have to watch it. And plus my how I eat and everything now, I have to make sure I stay on it because by me not having that gallbladder and if I eat certain things, I it's like I get those real strong pains to where I'm like about to, croak over to tell you
mm,
you really have to watch it. And my niece, I had a niece that had her gallbladder took out, and she was young with hers. Now, mind you, mine got took out in I think 2014 is when I had that surgery when they took it away from me. So, and I wanted to see it. They said it was so full of stones. It's like it wasn't the bowel wasn't going where it needed to be, and they just had to take it. And when I got sick like that, and I started losing weight because I couldn't eat. Everything I ate, I was having pains.
mm,
I thought I was getting poisoned. So I was like, I'm getting food poisoning, but coming to find out it was just my gallbladder was full of stones from eating stuff that I wasn't supposed to be eating when I was younger.
Yeah, and
mm.
that's the thing about that is that um, losing the gallbladder, your body no longer has a reservoir for bile,
Mm.
so you constantly have a drip of bile into your stomach constantly. Okay,
Mhm.
which yeah, which now creates an issue of having a constant re cycling of acid
Oh, is it
in your
is
stomach.
it like heartburn or acid reflux?
Well, no, not necessarily, but it can lead to that.
Okay.
So what happens is normal people with gallbladders, if you eat something fatty, the body takes the fat and absorbs it, and then it basically creates bile. That bile, it goes to the liver. The liver takes all the toxins and stuff out of the blood, and then creates acid out of it. All right. So when you eat food, food gets basically chomped up and so on and so forth, and it goes into the duodenum, which is the part is the section of your intestines that is between your stomach and the jejunum, which is the first portion of your intestines.
Is
Okay,
it that little piece that protrudes? Or am I thinking of something else?
Oh,
you
you
think
think
of
about
something else.
this.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, so it's the little bitty section between the stomach and the jejunum of the intestines. One little section. Well, there's a little canal that drops from your gallbladder into the duodenum, or the duodenum if you want to spell it out, but
Yeah.
duodenum. All right, that's where the bile goes. All right, so you have a reservoir for that. So people who eat a lot of fatty stuff, milk, dairy, a lot of stuff with trans fats. What's the other one? Other type of fat?
What's that?
Saturated.
Coagulated fats. I can't think of the name to save my life now.
Is it
But
saturated
anyway,
fat?
saturated fats. There we
Yeah,
go.
ready, yeah.
A lot of polyglycerides and things of that nature. All right. So you have a storage for that. Well, people who don't have that, okay, you're constantly dripping into your stomach. Okay, so if I'm constantly eating fatty stuff, essentially my body doesn't know what to necessarily do with it. So what does it do? It either constantly drips into the stomach, creating ulcers, okay, or it stores it off as fat because it doesn't know what to necessarily do with it, or it creates a lot of issues with diarrhea for the most part. Okay, not to get too personal there, but that's
Yep.
essentially what happens. Okay.
Yep.
So we, people with no gallbladders, have to be mindful of how much fat, oil, and other stuff that we take in. So that's why I say when I say butter, when I cook with it, I can't take anything that coagulates to a point in an unhealthy way because the body knows exactly what to do with butter. It doesn't want to store it. It knows how to process it. It knows how to break it down on a molecular level. Okay, milk. I can't do whole milk. Cannot do 2% milk.
I can't do no milk. It gotta be. I use what's that, oat milk or almond milk. I can't even mess with. I have to do alternative everything.
Coconut milk.
Yeah, because that stuff.
Oh no, we ain't doing alternative stuff. Wait a minute, we still gonna have milk. Okay, all right. I ain't never seen an almond with a titty. Sorry.
Let me share something. I saw an image today. The guy is like lying on his back. He's under the cow drinking from the udder. And the next image is a guy. The guy's like sucking from like a nut. They said stop. They said stop drinking from the tit. Try a nut.
No,
hilarious.
No, sir. We gonna still have milk. Okay.
Nut milk.
All right. All right, we're gonna still have milk around these parts. All right. You can have lactate, for instance. I drink so in our house actually we do lactate. We're basically lactose-free milk.
Lactose free. Yeah, that works for me. I found that to be better. But let me tell you something, boss man. Me, I'm so hard headed. I like ice cream. Okay, and one time I ate it, I got so sick. My side was like, oh my God. First thing I hear in back of my mind, I can hear my husband, you hard headed, you ain't supposed to eat it. So I have to like think of like certain things to make like frozen fruit or something like that. Make
bananas, nice cream.
Yeah, nice cream and stuff like that. Yeah, but I had to stay away from that because especially us that don't have that gallbladder and we eat that stuff constantly, we gain weight. Even when it comes to certain breads, if you don't make the bread yourself, we gain that weight real quick. Now my weight fluctuates up and down. It all depends on what I eat. But I'm back on my intermittent fasting and everything else. But I watch exactly what I eat. And when it comes to like certain gassy foods, like I was saying earlier, when it comes to the beans, I have to degas everything because when we had that gas built up, that hurts us as well. Because, it's so many things with people. And another thing too, boss man, when I had got my gallbladder removed, they didn't give me no kind of instructions, what to eat, what not to touch. They just took my gallbladder and was like, here.
You on your way?
Peace out. Good luck.
See you next time.
So they didn't give me the things that I need to, what I need to watch out for, what I need to eat, this and the third. And then guess what? When I ate those certain things, that's
you found out.
Pains. Oh my! I'm like, so I have to watch everything I eat, and I was just telling my husband too that I was thinking about, say for instance, I was gonna take some of the meat. I eat meat, but I rarely eat it like that. But it's certain meats I have to just stop eating because I don't eat pork at all. I don't eat seafood. I eat fish that got scales and fins. So I'm like very meticulous on what I eat. But I still have to watch it. Say, for instance, if I was to go somewhere, because a lot of these restaurants, they use margarine, they don't use butter. They use them oils that we're not supposed to be ingesting. And then on top of it, if you look at a lot of foods too, they have a lot of soy in every damn thing. I'm like, why is soy in everything?
Cheap. Well, here's something to consider about meat. when my I have a family member that claims she doesn't eat meat.
Mhm.
Okay, particularly bacon. Okay, all right. So she's like, I have a lot of indigestion whenever I eat bacon. Da, 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 right,
Is
right,
that how she
right.
talks?
Yes, actually. Okay, I'm not making this up. Okay, but when she comes over and I make bacon,
Hmm.
she eats mine. Now she says for some reason with yours, I don't feel, you know, that way. What's different? So when I make bacon, for instance, all right, bacon is the only cured meat that I actually eat. Okay, that's the one thing I cannot give up is bacon. Okay, all right, but when making bacon, a lot of people what they do is they make it and they like to cook the bacon inside of its fat all the time. No, when you make the bacon, as soon as it starts to develop its pool of fat, pour it out and then let it continue cooking. And as soon as it develops, pour it out.
Hmm.
Because what it's doing is basically it's creating saturated fat. And oversaturated fat, basically, you're basically eating crisp fat, essentially, versus enjoying just the meat. So I make
Oh,
chewy,
wow.
but it almost tastes like turkey bacon, the way I do it.
Okay.
To a point where it's almost dried when I'm done. But I cook it on a pan on the stove, right? The
Mhm.
other thing about meat is a lot of places when you buy meat at, they use meat glue,
Mhm.
Oh, yes. And the
okay,
dye.
and dye.
Mhm.
Okay. So I would urge you to try this because you said some meats give you some problems. So I would try this. Find you a butcher, okay, and then test this out. Get you a cut of meat that you like, okay, and try that one cut of meat at a place that you normally would get meat at, and eat that cut of meat, okay,
Mhm.
at that one place, okay. And you may have to risk it for the biscuit and feel bad for a day, right? Now go to the butcher and get that same cut of meat from the butcher and see how you feel. What I've come to understand is that the places that process these bigger food chain stores, they use a lot of uh, the farmers there, the providers, the producers rather. They use a lot of unnecessary chemicals, hormones and stuff in their produce, well, not produce, but in their meats,
Right.
meat glues, dyes, other types of stuff. Especially, for instance, like fish, for instance, farmed salmon, for instance, they dye
Mhm.
Oh, yeah.
the fish.
Because they're gray.
I don't get farmed
Yeah, they dye 'em.
salmon or
Okay,
fish. I can't do it. Mm-mm.
but even some of the even the wild salmon that they say is
Oh, they
fresh,
have them in those big
if
pools.
if it's not fresh and they say it's wild, there's a difference.
Right.
Okay, if it's okay for salmon to be red. It doesn't have to be orange.
Yep.
See,
Mm-mm-mm.
so pay attention to that. Okay, so I would urge you to try that notion because meat is healthy for you to eat. Okay, it's
Mhm.
important to eat meat. Okay, anyone who sits back and say I'm a vet, I don't have anything against vegetarians, so I don't want to like piss off people. But you have canines and two sets of them for a reason.
Mhm.
Okay, it is to eviscerate or incise your teeth into meat and rip for a reason. Okay, so
Mhm.
try that and
Okay.
see because I noticed a difference between. I mean, even chicken, for instance. You eat chicken, right?
Mhm.
Okay, great. I noticed this not too long ago. Um, the chicken breast, for instance. You see them chicken breasts that look like they've
BBL breasts.
Yeah,
The implant,
yo,
the
I was just
implants.
going to say that. Man, them breasts be looking voluptuous, right?
Have
Man,
you
them
seen
things
the
be
third
sitting
leg?
up high, or them arms be like Arnold Schwarzenegger arms, man.
Mm-hmm.
Be doing some curls, man. Okay,
I stay away from that.
the taste of those when you bite into it, it almost feels like you can almost separate the you can almost like separate the meat fibers almost. It almost feels like the texture of it doesn't feel quite right, but also the
Yeah,
size doesn't seem right.
right.
If the size of the meat does not seem right to proportion, it's probably been either inflated either before you got it or they've been pumped full of hormones, and the hormones is what you're
Can't
reacting
stand
to,
up.
not the actual protein.
Hmm.
Over.
What I do when I get the chicken, I get I don't get I get a whole chicken. I don't get no chicken pieces. I like to buy a whole chicken and I make sure it's natural and it looks natural because my great grandmother owned a farm, so I know how big chickens can get. If I see some oversized whatever, I'm not getting it. I already know it's pumped full of everything, and I'm allergic to a certain antibiotics too. So that's all I need to do is get sick. I can't mess with that stuff. So yeah, you really gotta watch just because it look like it's big and it's good, that don't mean it's good for you. Cause that is horrible. Them drumsticks be looking like the chicken drumsticks damn near big as turkey drumsticks.
Mm-hmm. And you seen them in the farms? They can't even stand up. They're so heavy.
I
They
know.
can't support their own weight.
And then they have
Mm-hmm.
them all in one little like barn or whatever, and they don't get no
Look,
exercise.
they be
They
walking in their own mess.
Yeah, chickens, if the healthier chickens are the ones that's able to run around and move around. If you got them all cooped up under one little roof or whatever, they eating each other's, feces and everything else, and then they pumping them with that stuff. It's the same like with the cows. You have to be real careful with the cows. I took care of a lady, I mean a couple that owned a farm, and their cows were healthy, y'all. And when they used to butcher their cows, the meat was different. Now, if you go to these like these corporations, they putting holes in the cows. They got this big old hole, gaping hole like this big, where they just throwing stuff into their stomach, like antibiotics. They got penicillin, everything pumped up in them. So when that stuff come to you and you eat it, you wondering why you getting sick, or you have GERD, or you having all these intestinal problems and stuff. And it's a rise of what is that stuff? It's part of GERD, but dang, it got something to do with your digestive system. It's something, but they said it's so much we get it because of the antibiotics and all the chemicals that we ingesting from meat that's not natural.
Mm-mm-mm.
But that is crazy though. So we really gotta watch it. And on top of it too, I have to say this to the audience. When you going out there, like say for instance, you like the chicken places, we already know, and I think me and sis discussed this last week. A lot of people don't clean a chicken. A lot of people don't clean a meat, and you wondering why you getting sick. I had excuse me, I went to, I don't know what restaurant made me sick, y'all, but I had caught was that H. pylori. That is real. That's bad. That will kill you. I still have to make sure I go get checked and everything else. But this is a bug that
Mm.
goes into your stomach and it actually causes ulcers. IBS. Thank you, sis. That's what that stuff causes. But the H. pylori, it actually
IBS can kill you?
IBS. No, no. I'm talking about the H. pylori can.
Oh.
That stuff is dangerous. When I went and they told me I had it, I said, "What in the world is that?" The first thing they asked me, was I from a third world country or did I go to a third world country? Because it's not, yes, because it's not too many cases of people having H. pylori, but that's a part of IBS as well. But it will eat away at your stomach lining and it will cause stomach cancer. So you really have to watch what you eat in these restaurants. A lot of people don't wash their hands. If y'all look at it, remember back in the day when we was younger, we worked in a lot of us worked in fast food. They made us wear gloves. We wasn't able to have piercings. We didn't have nails or whatever, whatnot. You go to these places, they got long nails. They don't even wear gloves when they preparing your food.
Okay, question. How do you
Here we
clean
go.
yourself well with those long nails?
They
How do they
don't.
do that?
They don't. And remember, sis, remember I
Here we
said
go.
We're talking about cracks and crevices. How you getting into cracks and crevices?
they not. So hey, this is a tip for a lot of brothers out there. You run across a woman and she got those long nails, just know that she
5
ain't clean
inches.
herself good. And for one, why would you even let a woman prepare your food with some nails like that? Because if they don't have a nail brush, either way,
I was just getting ready to say, Miss O, we have nail brushes around these pots.
yeah, you have to have them. So even I got little nails, but we still use them because you have to clean that. But when it comes to a lot of these restaurants, I tell a lot of people, go to those restrooms first before you eat at that restaurant. Go into those restrooms first. If that restroom nasty, vacate left. You better go and get the hell up out of there because they ain't washing their hands. They not washing their hands at all. They up in there and same like sis said, they wear those aprons, they go outside smoking the stuff, they come right back and flipping your food. That is nasty.
Going into the bathroom with them.
It's safer to cook at home, y'all. It really is.
And make sure your
it really
home
is.
is sanitized because you spread everything with your hands.
Yeah.
And the cell phone, I saw something a while ago where a lady was I think she was dealing with raw meat or something, and it got on her cell phone and she prepared her baby's like lunch, and the baby died.
Mm-hmm. And it's
So all that
crazy.
stuff needs to be sanitized regularly.
Oh, y'all want to hear something crazy that happened here in Detroit not too long ago? It was in Southfield, actually. They went to a tropical smoothie cafe. This
There
little
we go.
girl, she ended up getting the smoothie. She drunk it. You know, it had glass in it. Glass, y'all. It didn't cut her all up in there. Her tongue was bleeding. And when I was reading the comments, somebody said, how we know the parents didn't feed they child some glass. But this was the second case they said within a couple of months that glass was found in the smoothies. Actually, you can make the smoothies at home.
Mm, nothing wrong with a smoothie.
I used to
Easy,
like that. I used to like that.
delicious, filling,
Yeah,
nutritious.
yeah. And get a detox and make you a detox smoothie you be full all day.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The green one, you be full all day.
So this dish is zucchini manicotti.
Oh, that looks
Zucchini
good.
manicotti.
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 That look good.
I know. I haven't tried this one.
I'm
I
gonna
tried
try
this one.
that.
But zucchini strengthens vision and aids with digestion. Yes.
Mm. Gotta
See
keep that
what?
digestion moving.
We need that fiber. This looks good. This one is barley sweet potato pilaf. Barley lowers the risk of cancer and heart disease, helps with nutrient absorption. There's garlic in this, which prevents colds, and there's tarragon, which prevents depression or helps with depression.
Now that's a powerful tarragon is a powerful herb.
Now, I haven't. Yeah, I don't really use that.
I have that.
Do
You
I have
should.
any?
I have that. That is good. I
I gotta
like
check
that.
see if I have
All
any.
right. So remember, I told you for my anniversary, I made the tarragon infused uh, uh, taters.
Oh,
Okay.
that's right. That's right.
With the heavy cream, I infused the cream with the tarragon, and
So
then
Mm.
poured the
what's the flavor of
cream.
tarragon? I don't remember if I had it before.
It is very hard to explain, but it's kind of a subtle. It's sweet, and it's a lowered version of mint that's
Yep.
sweet and it's soft.
Oh, okay. Oh, see, and that went well with potatoes, with mashed potatoes.
And it's
Mm.
so good. It's so good. I actually like it.
It has
Okay.
it also has a nutty, a hint of nut to it.
Mm. Okay.
So it's a
Thank
You
you.
should
it's like a
definitely try it.
yeah, it's a complex taste, but you'll like it because it's so good and it's different.
It
And
is
I
different.
Okay.
yeah, I like different tastes and stuff. It's
Me
like
too.
yeah, because you really gotta test and train your palate on a lot of stuff and not be stuck on the basic crap that you normally eat.
Yeah. Was it a sweet and spicy and salty and bitter? That's it. What is it? The umami. The
Umami and
umami.
sour.
So,
You get all those
all the different flavors.
yep, all those elements, and you be satiated when you get all those elements in. A lot of times, if you don't have the elements when you eating, that's when you overeat because you're trying to find that. Oh, I didn't get enough salt, or I didn't get enough sweet, so you looking for something else to add in to compensate it. And
It's so much fun. It's so much
yeah,
fun.
yeah.
Let's see here. So that's the barley and sweet potato pilaf. And then we have,
Oh, that's
now we just did this. I think last week we're gonna make some again. What my
that's like
daughter is. My
um,
daughter is really, she's a chef. I don't have a lot of time. I love cooking, but she also loves cooking. So she experiments and she goes wild in the kitchen. So she's most likely to make some more walnut mushroom tacos. But I love it. I love portobello
I love
mushrooms.
some
Those
portobello.
are mushrooms.
Mushroom.
Golly, with some hummus. Oh
Mm,
shit.
Oh no,
don't
I
let
can't
me
do
get
hummus.
started on that hummus.
Mm,
I can't do hummus.
You
mm.
can't do hummus.
See, I make my own hummus,
Uh,
boss man, but I don't add any garlic. I add
no.
a little bit of cumin.
Mhm.
Sometimes I add tahini, sometimes I don't, but I add a ton of lemon and pepper. I
Yeah.
love
And it's best when you make it at home. It just tastes better.
creamy. Oh gosh.
I keep me some what is that? I keep me some chickpeas. I keep me some tahini. I got all that. Hey, you gotta have it. And just
Mm.
put a little olive oil in there. Oh my goodness.
I'll
Boy,
add that to the list of things that I try every couple of years or so to see if I've changed.
Yes.
mhm.
Okay, along with eggplant and Brussels sprouts. Okay.
Oh, okay. Okay. Gosh, now you have me thinking, what did I use to not enjoy, but now I do. Can you all recall something that you used to despise, but now you love?
Used to despise. Oh, liver and onions.
Oh,
Oh,
you ain't never got to worry about me with liver. You ain't never got to worry about that. No, ma'am.
you don't like it?
Nope. Nope. We don't eat organs. Nope.
Oh gosh.
Ooh,
Nope. No,
mm,
sir. Mm-mm.
mm.
Yeah, kata yeah,
Nope.
those cells have a lot of bacteria
Tastes
on
like
them.
tastes like chalk. Can't do it.
I used to love liver and onions with mashed potatoes and gravy. Oh my gosh.
I could
Then
not eat them.
I had some when I was pregnant. Baby didn't like that. And that
Right.
is not fun coming back up. Oh my gosh. Coming through your nose, living
Mhm.
onions coming through your nose. Can you imagine?
Oh
I
God.
haven't had any sense. Even the smell of it, I can't do it. Mm,
Oh man.
but I used to love it.
I've never had garbanzo beans before. I will need to try
Mm,
those.
Yeah, the
Now
kebab.
I will try everything though. I will try everything once. I will do that.
Mm.
You ain't got to worry about brains though. You ain't got to worry about. You ain't got to do none of that. No, no.
Yeah, but I have a lot of garbanzo beans here. Because that's what you can use to make the hummus, right along with like a lot of stuff you can actually
yeah,
make with it. And
it's so versatile.
I have some look, y'all. When I say I have beans, we have beans in this house. Okay. You ask me any kind of beans, I'm like, yeah, I got it. I like the small red beans because I make the red beans and rice with mine. Now I do rice because I say rice like that because I don't eat regular rice. I use the make some cauliflower rice. And it
Mm-hmm.
turned out so good, y'all, and I use because I, my husband liked the, smoked, turkey I mean, not smoked turkey. He liked that, but the smoked beef sausage. I cook that in there and I fix it up. You talking about I made a pot, y'all. It was gone in one day.
And they're like, no. How long did it take me? How long did it take you to prepare it?
It don't take long to prepare it at all.
Oh,
Because, you know, once you degas the beans and do what you got to do and then cook it, it don't take no more than a couple of minutes to to prepare the cauliflower and grate it yourself and stuff like that.
Mm.
So it turned out real good. And my husband said it actually tastes like red beans and rice, but it was the cauliflower rice. So
Oh,
When a when a
okay.
when a cook says a couple of minutes, what she really means is a minute to a cook is actually a 30 minutes. Okay.
yep.
Okay. So a couple of minutes means an hour.
Yep.
Okay. That's not too
Okay.
bad.
All right.
Not too bad. I love substituting quinoa in recipes that call for rice.
Right.
Quinoa. Sometimes I get the black wild rice, but that can be kind of pricey.
Oh,
Um,
that's pricey. I was trying to
mhm.
look for some wild rice. That wild rice is ooh. You talking about breaking a bank trying to get that stuff.
Yeah, and I usually will get like the 5 pound bag, and we stretch it out. Like, this is for special. This is a special meal. Some black rice.
Yeah, that black rice is expensive and you really have to watch, especially when you buying it because some people will sell that the fake black rice. So you really have
Yeah,
to
I've seen that. I've seen that. Mm-hmm.
rice was it's a lot of fake rice out there too. I ran across some fake brown rice. And when I tell y'all, you know how when you clean it, whatever, and it looked like plastic. I'm like, what in the world? It looked like it was a grain, but in the middle it's just this plastic looking stuff. And then when you cook it, it's like, what is this? I had to throw so much of it away, and even when you open in the bag, it just smells different, especially
Mm.
when you cook. I've been cooking since I was 6 years old. So, and I shook corn, I did all that. I split, peas, all of that stuff. In the garden, I'm picking stuff, so I'm used to certain smells. So I always smell stuff before I use it. So when I opened this bag of rice and I smelled it, it smelled like chalk. And I was like,
Mm.
"Wait a minute, it's not even supposed to smell like that." Because rice, if you like I said, if you cook so much, you can be able to tell by smelling rice if it's real or not. And I had to throw all that stuff away. I was like,
Mm. Yep,
it
it's not
just
worth it. Not worth
or
risking it.
no.
What you were smelling was a powder agent on it
Mm.
that you have to rinse off.
Yeah, I wash my rice till it's clear. I mean, when I say clear, that water have to be clear. I was telling sis, it takes normally anywhere between 6 to 8 washes for me before I cook my rice.
Yeah,
It has to be
you're
clear.
you're actually
Massage it.
supposed to you're actually supposed to wash your rice.
Right.
Gotta massage it.
Chefs actually wash the rice in order to remove starches and dirt mainly. I wouldn't say dirt mainly, but dirt, but also starch as well.
Right. I used to
Mhm.
see people just make the rice. They just rinse it, like put in a strainer, put the water over it, and just rinse it, and then I'm like, you supposed to wash the rice. Like, come on, y'all, wash it. That's why you
Mm.
can't eat everybody's food either.
But that's the difference between. But now, okay, here we go. That's the difference between that and sticky rice.
Mhm.
Oh, the sticky rice is that the sushi rice?
Hmm.
Sushi rice.
You don't rinse that. Why? Because the starch in it makes it sticky.
Mm.
Yep. Yep.
Sushi. I love sushi. See here. What was I?
I like it, but my fish gotta be cooked. I can't eat anything raw. I can't eat anything raw. Like a
Come on,
meat.
a good tartar is great. Come on, man, tartar. Come on.
Mm-mm. Somebody tried to get me. I was like, nah. They couldn't even get me $200 to eat that. No, no.
Okay, but you eat a liver.
Look, I said I don't mess with it
Those
no
days are over.
I don't mess with it no more, but I'm saying when I grew up, I was forced to eat liver, and I used to hate it, and I got my butt whooped for it. And then once I cooked it myself, it was different. I was like, "Oh, okay," but no, I can't mess
Yep.
with it stuff.
I used to love the liver, the chicken gizzards.
But you
I
know what,
was
boss?
never really a
I
fan
like
of
all Mexican
dumplings,
food
but I've
though.
had it.
Okay, I'm gonna do a poll really quick. Y'all will eat chicken gizzards. Y'all will eat liver,
Mm-mm.
but will you eat a chicken heart?
I would have. I would have definitely tried it.
Look
I
at
never,
Miss O.
I never did. I never
I would
did.
have tried it. Anything and everything. Anything and everything. Not anymore, but my
Mm,
younger days.
A heart is actually all muscle.
mm.
It's no different. It's no different than a thigh. Well, actually, it's different than a thigh. It's more akin to a breast.
Oh,
Mm.
It's delicious, actually.
you know
For
what?
Or
edible, I would
or
have tried
or,
it.
or a frog leg.
Ugh, ugh, frog legs. Oh God.
A
Look.
frog leg is delicious.
I'm thinking of
Or an alligator tail.
I had
Mm-mm.
some kind of duck stew once. Oh my
Duck
gosh.
breast is delicious.
It was
Yeah,
awesome.
yeah.
Gamey, but
I like
delicious.
I like duck. I ain't gonna lie on that one. I like the duck.
Mm.
Okay, bison.
I like bison.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Camel.
Yeah, I would have tried anything.
And a camel. But I love venison. I'm telling y'all right now, I love lamb.
Venison. Veal.
I
Mm-hmm.
wanted to at some point. I wanted to try. I never got a chance to, but I wanted to try the roasted insects. They
Okay,
were
see
like
now. Okay, see now. See,
did I ruin
see.
it?
You be great for a new world order. See, you be great.
What was it, the big cricket? So I don't know what they were, but they used to roast them, and
Oh,
then
you
I
can,
like a glaze on them, like a sweet glaze on them. I
oh,
saw
you
it on some
can
show. I said, "Oh, those look kind of good."
Child, you can put gold on them damn things. I'm not eating a bug.
I would have tried it. I would have tried it.
She
Hmm
talking about locusts. Yeah, they
Yes, that's what it was.
Mhm.
They,
Locust.
they, they could be low cost, and I'm still not eating them. No.
Well, locust is unlawful to eat. Locust is lawful to eat, but I eat that if I have nothing else to eat. Because it's lawful. That's the only way I eat it. But other than that, insects,
I would
to
have
keep
tried it.
myself from starving,
Absolutely.
I eat one, but I'm not eating nothing else. I can't do it. Nah, I'm good. They even eating
Dang.
those. They even eating
Explore.
they even eating the R words, and you know what those are? The household pets.
Oh, I seen that somewhere too.
That's
You
nasty.
know what? I don't have a positive relationship with those. I think I would have been turned off. Bison is the best. We bodybuilders eat bison because of protein and no fat. Oh, I
Mhm.
can tell you a bodybuilder cool. That's so cool. That was something I was interested in once, bodybuilding.
I used to be in it.
Now, the important part about cooking duck is that you have to
Caleb.
render the fat.
Yep. Yep. You have
Mhm.
to.
If you do not render the fat on
Mhm.
high heat and baste, and know how to sear, render, and then, of course, bake and
Yep.
cook the temperature on the cheek. Cook the temperature. You will mess up a good duck breast.
And that's a
Mm.
process in itself. I had seen an elder lady cook it, and she took her time with it, and she took all the grease, all the fat up out of it. You talking about good? Because at first, when you see it, and it's in the process of, like Boss
Oh
Man,
yeah, it looks awful.
it looked awful. I was like, "Ugh, I'm not eating that." She said, "Wait till the process is
Just
done,
wait.
because it's
Just wait.
so oily." I mean, that is some oily meat if I ever
And you
seen
Why
it.
do
don't
you
need
think?
no
Oh,
you
I
don't
guess
need no
I guess what
oil.
they need it for the feathers.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Makes sense.
Yeah, you don't
Yep,
need no oil, no fat or anything. Yeah.
nothing. Mm.
Mm.
That stuff is like, cause I saw it, boss man. When I tell you, when I saw it, I said, I don't know if I want to eat this stuff because I'm real meticulous on when somebody cooking. I'm seeing, I'm like, oh, okay, I don't know if I'm gonna eat that, but that was my first time and my last time eating it, and it was good actually. She took the wild right out of that bad boy.
Hmm.
Took the wild right out of it. And it's the same like if you doing venison. My grandfather showed me about the venison to take the wild out. He used what's that red vinegar to draw the wild out of it.
Mm.
You can also use salt. If you use salt, it basically draws everything out and allows for it to absorb back into it, whatever you put into it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Loving this. Y'all chefs for real. I'm loving it. I'm loving it.
Mhm.
All right, we have a kimchi noodle salad.
All
Kimchi promotes weight loss and slows aging. It's also mung beans in this dish. Mung beans reduce cholesterol.
mm-hmm.
Cucumber keeps you hydrated and improves skin and brain health. Kimchi noodle
Cucumbers are good.
salad.
Cucumbers are real good. People be sleeping off on it. People sleep on the cucumbers.
Love cucumbers.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I love watermelon. They're in the same family as watermelon.
Hey sis, I used to hear people tell me like, I don't like cucumbers, but they eat pickles. I was like, you know what pickles are, don't you?
Don't say anything, sis. Don't say anything to them. And this one is a raw lasagna with avocado, mushrooms, avocado, great for your eye health. Carrots, also great for your eye health, your skin, and your heart. And arugula balances blood sugar and reduces cognitive decline, baby.
I don't like
It keeps you
avocados.
sharp.
You don't like avocados?
Really?
I'm a bad Mexican. I do not like avocados.
I'm a good Mexican. I like it.
I love avocado. Mm.
My dad is very ashamed of me. I do not like avocados.
Me too, 18. Me too.
Yep.
Mm.
Avocado is
Avocado.
good. It's really good,
Make
actually.
your own guacamole.
But you know what, boss man? Some of my kids don't even like it either. You know what? I think I'm strange, but listen to what I do. You know, with the cilantro, right? Y'all know I wash it and I can eat it as a snack with no problem.
Oh yeah,
My kids, everybody
that
looking at me
stuff is plain.
crazy. They look at me like I'm crazy. How can you eat that stuff? I can eat that as a snack. I can eat that all day long if I really wanted to.
I love arugula. Just raw arugula. It's so peppery.
Yep.
Mm.
That stuff.
What is it? Watercress.
Oh, the watercress. Oh,
Watercress.
that's good.
This is so strong. I love the flavor, but I
Mhm.
can't eat much of it because it'll like make my tongue, I guess, like go kind of numb and tingly for some reason.
That's because it's a bitter herb.
It's so good. It's so good. I love that pungent flavor.
Mm-hmm. That's why I like with the cilantro because it's strong. So when I eat that stuff, I'm like, oh, it is real good.
Now I haven't had cilantro in a while
Mm-hmm.
because the last few times I haven't cared for it. It tastes. Don't ask me how I know, but it tastes like dish soap to me.
What?
Correct. Yes. If you eat it raw like that, yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is
So
how
it's
you
not
know.
me. I'm not crazy.
No, you're not crazy. All right. So this is how you know the differences of palates. Okay.
Mhm.
All right. So Miss O's palate. Here we go. Miss O's palate is used to a lot of different seasonings, flavors, herbs, and so on and so forth. And she's been doing it for a really, really long time. Okay. So she likes really pungent flavors. And so because of that, she needs stronger flavors in order to be able to enjoy them.
Mm.
You, on the other hand, have not been investing or endeavoring too far into the pits of tasting different things or whatever. So things are still real fresh to you.
Mhm.
That's what it is.
Cilantro. My daughter loves cilantro. I keep trying it. It's
I'm
been
the
a while, but I keep
I'm the
trying
only
it.
one in this house that eats
Ranch.
cilantro. My husband don't like
This
cilantro
soap.
either.
It's like Dawn.
Let me ask you a question. I always mess up your name. Alicia, right?
Alicia.
Okay. When you eat raw vegetables, Does your mouth or not mouth, but lips go numb
No, what is it?
or itchy?
No, fresh pineapple will do that to me,
Mm.
Okay.
but not vegetables.
Okay. What about onion? Raw onions.
Onion, onion doesn't bother me. It just they make me smell, so I haven't eaten them in a
Raw
while.
onions, not cooked
Yeah.
onions. Raw onions.
Oh yeah, raw.
Do
No.
they? No. Okay. So my wife has an allergy
Mm.
to raw, most raw fruits and most raw vegetables.
Mm.
It
Oh.
makes her tongue numb and her lips itchy,
Mm.
Mm.
Oh.
especially raw onions.
Oh.
Oh.
No, it's
So what it is like bell peppers, for instance, nightshades.
Mhm.
oh the nightshades. Yeah.
They have lectin in them, and lectin is a sugar protein that. So okay,
Eggplant,
let,
is that nightshade
it's a
family?
nightshade, yes.
Okay.
So you know what a pitcher plant is, right?
Oh, it catches the water.
No,
Okay,
it
I'm thinking of
has
something else. No.
it had so the pitcher. Okay, stop. Let's try a Venus flytrap.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Okay, and the juices that the Venus flytrap uses to paralyze the insects it traps, right? Okay, well, the pitcher plant has the same thing, but it has all those juices collected at the bottom of it too, right? And it
Okay. I've
and the
seen the
fly and the
documentaries.
flies dropping, everything
Mm-hmm.
drops in there, right? Okay,
And they can't climb out.
correct. All right, those juices that pitcher plant uses and the Venus flytrap uses is lectin.
Oh
Mm.
wow.
Okay, lectin is what it does. It paralyzes. It's a paralytic. And
Mm.
it's sweet, but
Mm.
it's paralyzing. It's paralytic. Okay, and it's what plants use to naturally protect themselves. So most plants have it. Okay, nightshades are potent with it. All right, but who also have it are grains.
Mhm.
Mm.
Beans have it too.
Mm.
Okay, so beans, nightshades, so on and so forth, yada yada. They have some cruciferous vegetables have it as well. They have it just on a thinner outside of it because plants are largely defenseless. So bugs are able to get past that defense just by breaching past that little thin cellulose wall. But that's why most bugs, whenever they're eating, after they're eating past, munching, whatever, they stand still for a little bit before they actually move because they're slightly high or paralyzed a little bit. That's why they
Oh,
that's why they kind of
cool.
just sit still a little bit when they're eating. Okay.
Gosh, that
So
I
with that in
love.
mind, that lectin also is a thickening agent to the blood. It leads to AFib.
Mm.
So heart palpitation?
Mm.
Oh.
No, it makes your the lay people call it sticky blood. It
Mhm.
makes your blood
Oh.
viscous.
Yep.
Okay, so cashews have a lot of this.
Cashews. I have a
Okay,
problem with cashews.
bell peppers are the outer layer of the bell pepper has
Mhm.
it. Tomatoes,
Mostly,
if
yeah,
you
tomatoes, most definitely.
the inside of a tomato and the outer part of a tomato, not the meat of the tomato, but the skin of a tomato. That's why you're supposed to peel a tomato.
Mhm.
Oh.
Um, some onions do, but bell peppers, nightshades in general. Okay, but here we go. Grains like quinoa, oatmeal, beans, all the things they market and say is healthy
Mm.
grains, they also contain that lectin sugar.
Mm.
And this is why diabetes is still so prevalent and you can still actually eat healthy but still be so diabetic in nature, but you can also have such a high um, a high numbers of type 1 and type 2,
Oh
but
yeah.
also never lose weight while
Mm.
eating healthy.
Yep.
Wow.
That's why you got to really
Yeah,
watch it.
I eat a lot of beans.
Yeah. No,
Mostly fresh fruit and vegetables.
right. But sis, especially with those grains, you got to really watch it. That's why I found out when I was eating, like, although they, I was eating certain rice, it was like I couldn't lose my weight. And I was like, what in the world going on? It was just hold it on. It don't go nowhere. So I had to really watch it because I was getting the quinoa and all that other stuff. I still got that stuff. I got to go through my cabinet stuff. Be throwing some stuff away because I'm not even messing with the couscous, all that other stuff.
Oh
But
wow, I haven't had couscous in
but
forever.
that's another.
Lectin.
I like it, but it was holding my weight on, and plus
Oh,
too,
gnocchi,
it was,
gnocchi.
yeah, it was giving me some kind of like issue, like an irritant when I ate it. So you really have to watch that stuff. But like with my husband, he can't eat like bananas because it's like it bothers him. Same with the pineapples, it'll bother him too. So
Yeah.
it's certain fruits he can't even mess with.
That's the only thing I can think of right now. Pineapple and watercress. Too much watercress. I
Hmm.
don't think anything else bothers me.
Yeah, but it's a lot of stuff I don't. You'll know your.
So there is lectin inside of the pineapples, okay, but it's mainly the acidity of it. If you notice, the only time that flies will attract themselves to pineapples
Mhm.
is when it's over ripened. That's because the triggering of the ripening process is usually triggered by the acidity. Once that ripening process is over with, it's sweet. It's no longer acidic.
Mm.
So wait till it get ripened, y'all. Don't mess with it when it's not.
Ooh, I don't know about y'all, but I'm learning a lot today.
Oh yeah.
I am learning a lot. I am learning
Boss,
a
boss
lot.
man, they helped it out. Thank you.
Thank you, boss man.
Appreciate it.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a lot to learn as far as when it comes
Oh,
to food.
the
Mhm.
bananas, the little red bananas, those are good. And bananas supposed to have the seeds. Have you seen the bananas with the seeds, with the real seeds,
The
the
real
big black seeds?
real bananas have real seeds in them.
The big black
Those
seeds.
other bananas that they be having, them Dole bananas, all that is generic bananas. That is not real bananas.
Genetically modified, correct.
Mm-hmm. 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 Mm-hmm.
Strawberries are actually genetically modified.
Mhm. Mhm.
Lemons, I'm sorry, not lemons, limes are genetically modified. In fact, I'm sorry, not limes, I'm sorry, correction, oranges.
Oranges, yeah, oranges, yeah, oranges. They have no seeds in them, not a one seed,
Mm.
and it,
Oranges,
it don't
no,
taste.
no, no, actually, no, no, oranges do have seeds in them, but what I mean by genetically modified is that oranges never existed. That's why orange is named after the color orange,
Mhm.
because man didn't know what to name it. So what they actually created an orange.
And what from
Hmm?
which two fruits or multiple fruits?
It was definitely a breed between two fruits. It was a breed between lemon and I want to say it was grapefruit.
Yeah, grapefruit. Yep, yep, grapefruit. They
Is
splice
it the
both of them.
I may be
They
mispronouncing
spliced
it. Pomelo?
Yep,
pomelo.
Pomelo? Pomelo? Yes, that's crossbreed too. Hybrid.
it's a lot of stuff that's hybrid.
Pimento, pomelo. But no, those are actually natural. Those are good.
The
Okay,
pomelos?
Mhm.
Hmm.
yeah, it's
I
a
don't
lot of
know
stuff.
what's what
If you
nowadays.
notice, have y'all noticed there
And
was a lot of fruits and vegetables that came out that we never heard of?
Which
well, we
one?
never heard of them. We never heard of them honestly because they only kind of caged us in over here in America for the most part.
True.
There's a whole lot of fruits and vegetables, but mainly fruits that are basically natural that they don't allow over here for whatever reason.
Yep.
Um, yeah,
Especially that star fruit. I like that star fruit. I ran across it.
Delicious.
I said, "Wait a minute." I
Star
said,
fruit.
I had to go out to the burbs to find it.
I had the star fruit recently. I didn't care for it.
Did you
I'll
let
try it again.
it ripen? Because sometimes when people buy the star fruit and they cut it immediately, you really need to let it ripen a little bit more, and it's actually sweet. Star fruit is actually,
It should be a bright yellow, right?
let's
A
see,
bright yellow. I feel like it was a little green when I purchased it.
because it wasn't ripened.
Yeah, so I know I waited then. I waited for it to ripen.
Yeah, yeah. Don't ever cut
My
the
daughter liked it. I didn't like it. I'll
never
try
cut.
it again.
So it's never
Dragon fruit.
green.
Dragon fruit too. I didn't care for
Yeah,
dragon fruit.
when it's green like that, the star fruit is real bitter. You really have to let it ripen a little bit. And once,
Yeah, I can't. I have to wait until
yeah,
it's ripened. Ugh, lack.
she saw it. She was like, "Ooh, let me try and just start cutting on it." Poor baby, poor baby.
No, I waited. I waited.
Yeah, dragon fruit was actually good too, but it's different taste. Everybody got different tastes on stuff. I like to try stuff,
I'm gonna
especially
try it. I'm gonna try that again. Both of them, that and dragon fruit. Dragon fruit
Well,
is so
ladies,
pretty.
I'm actually gonna go in jet. I am going to go and see to that little man is down. Apparently, he is fighting
oh,
sleep. So I'm gonna go and make sure that he is down. But
right.
it's been a pleasure
Thank
to be a part of
Absolutely.
tonight's conversation.
thank you.
I was wondering if I was actually going to join, but I said no. We're talking about food tonight. So let me
Thank you, boss
let
man.
me slick the hair back and get it together.
Oh, was it wild?
Huh?
Was it wild?
Yeah, a little bit.
We appreciate that, boss man. We appreciate you. Thank
Thank you,
you
boss
so
man.
much. You have dropped a ton of gems.
Yes, you did.
We will see you next time. Enjoy your
It
evening,
was a
brother.
pleasure. Thank you.
Bye, darling.
Bye
Bye.
bye. Sis said, "Do you cook with ginger?" Sis, I cook
Oh, I
with.
love ginger.
I cook. And that's another thing with ginger. I wash it, I will cut it, and I would chew on ginger. I surely would.
Oh,
I would chew on it.
ginger is so good. And
Mhm.
it does something. You can feel it like flowing through your skin. You can just, oh my gosh, ginger is awesome. One
Yeah.
of my favorite dishes is the red lentils. Um, Cook the red lentils. They only take a few minutes. Once you clean them and soak them,
Mhm.
take a few minutes. Cook red lentils. Blend them up in the ninja. Make like a soup with
Mhm.
some ginger and some curry. Oh
Ooh,
my goodness, sis.
ooh, that
Sis,
sounds
that is so
good.
good. And it's so light and flavorful. It's
Oh, I
so
gotta look
light.
for that. I ain't think about that combination. I gotta do that. That sounds real good. And I love me some ginger.
Joshua, thank you for joining. Joshua, forget longevity. Bring me the deep fry. Anything that may kill me, but comes with the happy death. Okay, Joshua.
No,
Silly, silly. So
no,
this one here is greens and beans ragu with turnip greens, which are great for fighting inflammation and improves joint and bone health. Beans, most beans, a great source of fiber, protein, helps the beneficial bacteria in your gut, that healthy bacteria,
Mhm.
lower cholesterol, and the capsaicin and crushed red pepper can reduce appetite and boost energy.
Oh, that's
Woohoo!
good.
That looks good.
And
I
those red
haven't tried that
peppers
one.
and those red peppers are real good, especially when it comes to, with weight loss. Because a lot of people go for the green bell peppers all the time. My
Yeah,
daughter be like, "Get the
those
red
aren't right.
ones. Get
Yeah,
the
those
red."
aren't right.
Right. They go for the green ones because they more sweeter. They got more of a sweet taste too. It's like our palates go mostly for anything that's more, sweet than savory and good for you.
And
Yeah,
the greens are also
right.
what are they, a third of the price as well? Much more
Oh,
expensive.
yeah,
Inexpensive.
inexpensive. The red one's expensive. It's like
Mhm.
$5 for one of them. You like, "What?"
The organic.
And
I
you get
just bought a packet.
quarter of the meal.
It was the yellow, orange, and red package, and it was like $3
Mhm.
like that.
Yeah, I stopped getting those like like that because when you buy them, one of them always be bad for some reason. It's like it's a bell pepper growing inside of another bell pepper, or it's just crazy.
Those are
You
so cute.
you ran across those?
Oh yes, I call them little babies. Like see my daughter say, "Look, I'm gonna eat the baby." That's
That's
so
what
cute.
it look like. As soon as you cut it open, I said, "Oh, this one didn't have a baby."
The baby. I'm a monster. I'm a monster. It's okay. Let's see. Yes, turmeric. Turmeric. Awesome. Awesome.
Yep,
Awesome.
yep. Turmeric is real good. That's the main things to have in there: ginger, turmeric, um,
Mm, 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 mm. Love some
cumin,
ginger.
cumin,
Let's talk about juice for a moment. Now we speak about ginger. Let's talk
uh,
about juice.
uh-uh.
One of my favorite juices is cucumber,
Mm,
apple, lemon with ginger.
mm.
That is so refreshing.
Yes, it is.
Oh my gosh. That clears up everything. You got all kinds of mucus coming out of your nose and clear
Mm,
right on up. Mm, mm, mm.
good.
A little pineapple sometimes. It's good.
Oh,
Good, good, good.
good too. Yeah, that's
I
why
love
I
cayenne
make my
pepper.
juices and stuff, and I just add some stuff in there and just you learn how to, if you do it yourself, you have a whole bunch of different combinations and stuff. When I was
Yep.
doing them, I was writing my combinations down. I got it in a notebook, yeah.
Yes. Yes. There's so many different combinations
Mhm.
for different seasons, for different weather.
Yeah, and it's
Yep.
better, and it's as much better than drinking pop. I gave up pop a long time ago.
Oh yeah.
All
Yeah.
that sugar in there, it's more sugar than it is pop.
I never really drank soda because when I was young, I had bad acne.
Mhm.
I wasn't really aware of how like breads and things like that affected it, but everyone knew that soda made you break out. So, and I wanted to be cute. So,
Yep. Yep, just drink water. That's what I do. I
Mhm.
drink water. And and you can also with the water if people get tired of water, just make sure you wash your fruits real good and or vegetable like a cucumber and just infuse it because you can
Mhm.
infuse the waters.
Yep.
Just chop the stuff, but make sure your stuff is clean. You have some clean water. You put it in the refrigerator
Uh-huh.
overnight and let it diffuse, and you'll taste the pineapple. You'll taste whatever kind of water you make.
Yep.
But you
That
have to,
lemon lime.
right,
Ooh,
but
good.
you have to when it comes to like the strawberries, the cucumbers and stuff like that, not the lemon, because the lemon is gonna happen immediately. But things like that, let it stay in the refrigerator over, 24 hours, and you'll get all that. You like the pineapple, you'll taste all that in the water. So don't do that immediately. But when it
Good.
comes to the lemon and the lime, that'll happen within a couple of hours.
Mm-mm-mm. Like that water called Hint. The creator of that water just added fruits and made millions by marketing her idea.
Yep.
Ooh, it's good. Now, lentils. I love lentils. I told you, sis. Now we haven't had them in a while, but those red lentils, my daughter
Mhm.
is addicted. She would have the fridge stacked because we use the red lentils
Mhm.
and she'll make them in the waffle iron with all kinds of chocolate chip, blueberries. To make like pancakes.
Oh, that baby then went wild.
And look, add some chopped dates to it.
Wow. Mm-mm-mm.
She would have him stock, try all different flavors. Try one with it was like a banana nut, cinnamon,
Mhm.
all the flavors, sis, with red lentils.
How
Guilt
old
free.
how old is she?
She's 14 now.
Oh, good
Yeah.
girl.
Yeah.
Good girl. And she had
Yeah,
to
she
get
love it.
recipes on them lentils, like, hook a sister up.
Yes. She loved lentils going wild. Absolutely.
Sure did.
Um, but the brown lentils, they're great for burgers. They're so versatile.
Mhm.
So versatile. Anything in it.
And
So
that'll
this
help
is
and that'll help too, especially keep you away from all that flour and stuff like
mm-hmm.
that. So
Yep. Mm-hmm. That's when I was years ago. I started experimenting with the red lentils to use that for bread instead of flour bread. And that's why I let my husband try. He was like, "What's your flavor?" Yeah, we love it now. We love it.
Oh.
See, this is a lentil and rice loaf. Now, I would swap the rice out for something like quinoa or something else, but lentils are high in phenols, which may help reduce the risk of some chronic diseases. High in protein, iron. Quinoa is also high in iron, fiber. It's low glycemic and great for brain health.
And that's what we need, brain health.
Listen, I'm trying to stay as sharp as I can, as long as I can. Absolutely. Let's see. This one. Oh, I haven't tried this one. This one looks good. This is a pesto pasta.
Oh, I had it before.
Ooh.
It's good.
Basil lowers blood pressure and reduces inflammation. Lemon, I love lemon. Lemon reduces the risk of stroke and prevents kidney stones. And it's high in iron. I know lemon was high in iron, but lemon is high in iron. And the tomatoes, in moderation, because tomatoes are nightshade, but great for the heart, brain, and prostate health. Tomatoes are good for prostate health. Yeah, but that looks good.
Yeah, it is good. Because I love me some pesto pasta. I'm telling you right now. I would tear that.
I haven't had pesto in so long because the pine nuts. Oh, and pesto has the store-bought pesto has like the cheese and whatnot, and that's why I've had it as well. But I saw that you can make it with I love cashews. I know they're bad, but I love them. You can make it with the cashews or walnuts. That basil.
Oh, basil.
Good stuff.
Yes,
Good
it is.
stuff.
A lot of people sleep on that basil, but it's real good. And especially when you making the pesto. Like I had made some pesto sauce. Yeah. I bit my fingers off. I almost bit my fingers off. That stuff that's all I had to say.
Oh my goodness. Trey mentioned pizza earlier. Oh, I remember a while ago we made our own cauliflower crust. And we just had like some vegan cheese with some marinara and sliced tomatoes with basil. It was really simple, sis. The crust made that pizza.
Oh yeah.
Because it was we put all kinds of herbs, rosemary, oregano, all kinds of herbs in that crust. So good. So good.
And then you be like, dang, I should have been doing
like
this a
that
long time ago because all that dough make you gain some weight. Next time my daughter tells me, I want a pizza. We're gonna be making a pizza with some cauliflower. I got that stuff trying to blow me back up.
We've also used the cook the red lentils really thin, like on an actual pizza pan. That can be kind of tricky because we try to use very little oil, but it gets stuck. So it's a pain to remove it. I ain't going to all that. But
you parchment paper?
I'm trying to think if I tried that. I think I have. I've experimented so much with those red lentils. I think I feel like I have used it and that got stuck. And that was worse. Kind of peel that paper off.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
You'll figure it out. Believe me. You gotta try everything until you get
it. Is as far as that's concerned, it's a pain. But the flavor, because it's so mild, it's so mild. You can add anything to it, and the flavors just pop. Let's say pesto. Could tell you pesto had to learn to like it. My first boss took me out for my birthday to a wonderful Italian restaurant, and I ordered a dish that was a pesto sauce and didn't like it. Yeah, it's definitely a different flavor.
Yeah, it is.
It's an acquired taste.
It is. I remember I gave it to my husband. I made some. He was looking at it because it's green. Looking at it, he tastes. He was like, he actually liked it. My kids, the kids is used to it because I used to make it like every now and then, but it's actually good.
Pesto. Oh my goodness. All right.
Uh-oh.
Oh, this is a chickpea tuna salad.
Oh,
Chickpea tuna salad. I
that
love
one.
chickpeas.
Mm-hmm.
Chickpeas are great for fiber, source of fiber. Great for your bones, protein. Great for your heart health. There's nori or seaweed. There's nori in this. Nori is awesome for thyroid health.
Mm-hmm.
Also source of iron. Prevents constipation. You know, all this fiber prevents constipation. Gets you running smoothly. Yep, nori good. A great source of iron to prevent
Right.
what's it? If you have anemia.
Oh yeah. Like yeah, for low iron.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's why I bought
Crab.
some because they sell the nori sheet, so I bought some because I have low iron, so be snacking on it every once in a while.
They're good plain because
Yeah.
they have that little saltiness to them. It's
Mm-hmm.
good. Yeah, I stay stocked with some nori.
Yeah, I have that too.
Yeah, because I've had some iron issues myself, so
Right.
I keep the nori. I keep the nori in the house.
And plus, if you have that craving for salt, that actually helps too. That actually
Mm-hmm.
so.
I used to purchase. I don't do it anymore because it's kind of a waste of money. But I used to purchase the flakes
Mm-hmm.
to use for salt instead of salt. I used to
Mm-hmm.
purchase the flakes. It comes in like in a little shaker.
Oh, okay.
Now I just look. Now, I don't have time. You know, it costs more. So
Yeah,
I just cut it up. I have my kitchen scissors. I just cut it up myself. There you
yeah,
go.
cut it up and put it in the food processor yourself and grind it up if you want to do
Mm-hmm.
it.
Without
But
trying to be
yeah,
fancy.
because the sheets is much cheaper instead of getting it like that. It's like anytime you want to buy something that's convenient, like a convenience to you, you coming out of more money when you can do it yourself.
Yep, convenience definitely costs.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is one of my favorites. My favorites. Crab cakes. Crab cakes. Crab cakes made with hearts of palm.
Oh, okay, good.
Ooh.
Okay.
Ooh,
Yeah.
sis. Oh, I love it. Hearts of palm are a great source of fiber, protein, are great for repairing tissue and boosting your brain function.
Mm.
There's celery, which lowers cholesterol and reduces the stress hormone. Dill, I love dill.
Yeah.
Dill prevents insomnia uh, and prevents menstrual cramps and prevents depression and epilepsy
Mm.
while boosting your white blood cells. So a
Ooh.
lot going on with dill.
Hey, wait a minute, sis. They don't put deal in the neighborhoods, do they? Nope. Nope.
Mm-mm.
They make sure you have those greens and stuff some of the time, but that deal,
Because
wow.
I love lemony flavors.
Hmm.
But that's good.
Me too. I like lemon
Crab
flavors
cakes,
too.
crab cakes.
Oh, I gotta make that because I don't eat crab. But if you're using the palm,
The hearts of palm,
I had that. That's good.
that has the same texture,
Mm-hmm.
and you add that nori to it.
Wow.
Oh, yep.
Yeah, I gotta make that.
Old Bay, add some Old Bay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We keep Old Bay in the house.
Yes, that's good. That is good. Let's see here. Okay. Are we wrapping up? We're coming up to we'll have a little snack and then the sweets.
Yep.
A little snack here. These some
Oh, that
no
look.
bake nut and fruit bars.
Oh, that
Chock
look.
full of seeds and fruit. Chock full of them. There's pumpkin seeds,
Mm-hmm.
which help with your sleep and increase male fertility. Pumpkin seeds.
Yep.
Chia seeds
Mm-hmm.
promote intestinal and heart health. Sunflower seeds. Remember growing up, everybody always had the sunflower seeds. You chew them and spit them
Yeah.
out.
Still do it.
Mm-hmm. Sunflower seeds prevents muscle cramps, reduce the risk of cancer, and almonds are great for your liver.
Oh
And
yeah.
then you can add all kinds of fruit, like this blueberries in this one, all
Mhm.
kinds of fruit. It's a great little snack.
Yeah, just make it up.
We had a run for a time, because my daughter, she's a little chef.
Mhm.
Well, we made fruit bars like this, well, snack bars like this, but she used oats.
Mm.
Oats and all kinds of fruit and nuts and coconut, shredded coconut.
Ooh.
Yes. Yeah, those were pretty addictive for a while.
You know what? That little sister gonna make a great wife.
Sis, she
Oh,
be throwing down. She be
the
throwing
reason I
down.
say this, because it's a lot of young girls don't know how to cook. They don't even know how to clean. And they don't know how to clean, they don't know how to cook, they don't know how to do nothing. And it's just I love to see younger, young sisters.
You gotta cook with them when they're babies and make it fun.
Yeah, that's how I
And
was
as they grow, give them leeway to do, the experiment, and they're gonna make a mess from time to time.
Mhm.
But that's how they learn. She loves it. She loves to eat.
Um, but you know what? It's good to have hands on. And but like I think I said it last week how they took out because like I said, I went when I was going to school, we had home economics. They was
Hmm.
cook, clean, iron, all of that stuff. It wasn't just the cooking. They showed us how to sew,
Look, that's my home. That's my home exes. I told you I homeschool.
all of
Look,
that,
you gonna know how to manage a house.
right, all of that. But they don't even have that in there, and they snatched that out in the 90s
Mm.
schools. And I'm talking about when I had it, it was in a regular, it wasn't like sometime how they have the vocational schools, how they send us to the,
It was a regular course.
but guess what? The school I went to, it was a regular middle school. It was Charles R. Drew School in Detroit that had this. And they had the trades for the boys up in there. They had the like for electronical work,
Wood shop.
back wood shop, and they had auto mechanics up in that school. You wouldn't even think that was a middle school. A regular Detroit public school had this
Mm.
when I was going in the 80s. Then I heard that they had snatched a lot of that. I don't know if Drew Middle School still have it now, but I know then I heard that they had stopped doing that like in the early 90s.
Mm.
But I had home ec from the 6th grade all the way up to the 9th grade.
Mm.
They need to
Gosh,
bring that back.
I don't recall which grade levels,
Mhm.
but I remember having it. I
Yep.
remember having it, making cakes and
Mhm. Showing you
remember.
how to bake. You know what? How I learned how to bake. My daddy got me that easy bake oven when I was younger.
Oh,
I seen it, and I was like, always buttered up to my daddy because I saw it. I said, "Daddy, can I have it?" He was like, "Okay."
look, I'm thinking now. I think I remember, my baby was little. My mom sent her one an easy bake oven. And I
Mhm.
was like, oh, that's so sweet. But that child was so far past easy bake oven at that point. She was in there throwing down. She was like, I can't do anything with this. What's this?
You get that easy bake oven when you little. I had my easy bake oven. I think I was like 8 years old when I had my easy bake oven, and then I went from that to my grandma was showing me, had me in the kitchen and stuff, showing me how to use that cake flour. The swan cake flour with the red box. She was showing me how to do that. Although it was cake flour, she still was sifting hers, and it made that cake
Oh,
so. Oh my goodness.
fluffy.
Yes. Yes. So, that's how I learned how to cook, like watching the elder women do it. And then I was of age where I can help my mom and stuff. Like remember, sister, I was on the I don't know, I think it was on my channel when I was talking about how old I was when I learned how to cook. My mom clarified it. I was able to cook everything, every and anything by the time I was 12 years old.
And they should.
Yep.
They should. They should have that, at least that base, that foundation. Because once they get to that age, they're gonna have other things they're gonna start worrying about.
Hmm.
So they should have that foundation.
Yeah.
If
That'll keep them from the boys. I'm telling you, that will keep them from the boys. That'll keep them busy. They cooking
oh
for the
yes,
family.
soup.
Yeah.
Ooh, another spice or herb, either way, that I really love,
Mhm.
fennel. I put fennel in everything. Fennel in
Okay.
some lentil soup because it
Yeah.
has that sausagey flavor.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
They have that little spice, that little kick to it.
Yes.
But you know what? They always have the fennel seeds. That's something to make sure you have in your house. Or,
Mm-hmm. Yep, I
Brown
keep my fennel seeds.
seeds. Yep. I have
I
some fennel.
love it.
I like it too.
hmm Fennel. I could tell you, lentil soup with fennel with sage, oh,
Mm-hmm.
rosemary. Oh my gosh. Oregano, lots of cayenne pepper. I like it spicy.
Mm-hmm.
Mm. Ooh, I'm going too far. Let me
Uh-oh.
go back. Let me go back. Look, I skipped yours. There's the kiwi key lime pie coming up, sis. This is a healthy version. So I think you'll like this. But this is
Yeah.
one of my favorite desserts, and my daughter makes this.
Mm-hmm.
It is just a raw apple pie, and it's very simple. It just has bananas and dates and cinnamon and some nutmeg. We don't add honey, but we don't need it.
No.
But and she doesn't add any oil. It's so simple, but it is delicious. She put her foot in it. It's delicious.
And it's full of fiber.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Apples are great for digestion and brain health. Bananas a great source of energy and relieve heartburn and prevent anemia.
Mm-hmm.
And cinnamon improves blood circulation, improves your skin, and supports insulin production. Very interesting. But this is one of my favorite desserts. Now, also, I don't have it here, but I also love just like a plain cashew cheesecake or
Oh,
just the cashews with the coconut cream,
mm-hmm.
vanilla, and dates, just plain. And then I can always add like some cocoa powder too if I feel like it, or a little bit of cinnamon, or add some fruit, and just so
I had
good.
that before. I'm telling you, I went to
Oh, lots of lemon.
yeah,
Try lemon.
I lemon. I like
Lots of
lemon.
lemon.
But sis, I went to somebody's house. Me and my kids was invited. This was years ago, and they was vegan. It was a vegan household. When I tell you, when they brought what you talking about, I I was like, "What is," I said, "Y'all
Creamy and
eat
rich.
everything that called for cheese, they use the cashews for it."
Yep.
Boy,
Mm-hmm.
talking about good. I was like, I said, "Y'all gonna
Mm. That
y'all
makes a
cashew."
good cheese.
Yeah.
Oh,
If you wanna make cheese, alternative cheese, instead of buying it in the store, spending all that money, get you some cashews, soak them, do what you gotta do, whatever, whatnot, and blend them and add your stuff in it. Hey, you got some
yep.
cheese.
Mm.
Yeah.
Mm-mm-mm.
Somebody showed me, the lady that I was talking about, she showed me how to make it, and I learned ever since then. I said, "Oh, so this is how y'all make that cheese." And I was thinking about doing it because I love macaroni and cheese, y'all, but I gotta stay away from that cheese. I was like, "I'm gonna have to make some one day without, with the cashews, the cashews, but I wanna make instead of using pasta, use the, heart of palm." 'Cause you can use that
Okay.
as a pasta as well to make it, so I'm gonna end up making that, and I'll let you know how that turned out.
You know what's it's a good pasta. It's a company called Banza. Hold on, I'll pick up the box for you.
Okay.
It's called Banza. It's a chickpea pasta.
Oh, okay.
Hold on a second.
Uh-oh, be careful, sis. Let's see. Oh, yeah. You're right, sis.
My headphone.
Made cheese out of cashews.
Yeah, Banza. Let me see.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, my daughter had got that before, but I didn't try it.
It's chickpeas, pea starch, and tapioca and xanthan gum.
Oh, okay.
No sugar. Wait,
Mhm.
actually 1 gram per serving. One
Okay.
gram. Yeah, it's so simple, and it doesn't because pasta. Look, I eat a bowl of pasta, I gain like 5 pounds. But this does not bother me.
Okay, because
My
that's why I
daughter,
gotta stay away
she
from pasta. I'm gonna end up having a big back keep that pasta. I
yeah,
gotta stay away from it.
yeah,
Pasta
pasta will do
pasta
that.
and
Pasta will
bread
do that.
pasta, bread, pastries, uh,
Mm-hmm.
ice cream, I'm blowing up. And
And
my
Banza is
husband
it's pretty inexpensive too. It's like you can find it for like maybe 250 a box.
okay.
Mm-hmm.
I will be investing in it, but I really wanna make some mac and cheese with that because my husband can't eat cheese at all, but I'm not supposed to be messing with it either. So I'm gonna end up making that one day and
That's another one
let
for
know how
cheese.
it comes out.
The canna lily beans, they make a good cheese too.
Oh, really?
But
Yeah.
the cashews is has more of a cheese texture because it's denser.
And
And
it's more like a creamy, yeah.
But cashews are expensive. So I think maybe mixing those two will give a nice texture.
Hmm.
But won't break the bank.
Yeah, I'll try that out and see how that go. Cause I got plenty of cannellini beans here. I have a lot. Like I said, when I say I have beans, sis, I have beans. I have vacuum sealed beans and all of that.
Yeah.
Uh,
Nutritional yeast adds a nice cheddary flavor.
Yeah, I got that
Mhm.
on Bragg's kind, so I actually like that.
Oh, okay. Ooh, yes, yeah, because we don't eat too much of even the vegan cheese. We don't eat too much of because it's just so fatty.
Yeah.
Okay, I find it creates a lot of mucus.
Yeah, and then you look at it, you see all the stuff they added in there too. It's like I might as well mess with regular cheese because I used to get the chow cheese.
Oh, it's so good.
I was addicted
It's
to
so
that cheese.
creamy.
I was addicted to that cheese. I'm telling you. I tried that follow my heart. I really didn't like that. But that chow one,
Yes. What was it? Viola Light makes, and I tried a few vegan fetas. Viola
yeah.
Light makes my favorite vegan feta cheese.
Oh, okay.
That tastes just like feta.
Oh, it
Oh,
do. I've been trying to find a good feta, but alternative, but I couldn't find one back then.
who is it? Let me find them because I always butcher their name. Now their cheese is expensive, but sis, it is amazing. It's me Koyos. There it is. No, not the island. Okay. Hold on, I'm dropping it in the chat.
Okay. Yeah, because that's one thing we got to push ourselves away from that cheese because it got all that stuff. The same thing that it have in the milk, it have in that as
Yep.
well. And that casein is no good either.
All the pus and
Oh, every time I think about it, I'm like, oh my God. That's what got me away from the milk. When I seen that wasn't a health and something else when they was doing, oh God, I
I
was
used
so
to be addicted to milk since I drank milk every day. I'd be like, why am I breaking out? Because you dropped
Look,
all that
let me
milk.
tell you, you want to hear something funny? I told my husband this, and I don't think he believe it. I used to drink a gallon of milk a day.
That sounds about right.
I don't know what it
All right.
was, but I used to drink a gallon of milk a day, and and now I can't even drink that much without gagging, so I can't really mess with it.
Mm.
Coming to find out, that really messed my stomach up by drinking that milk like that. So
Big old bowl of plain Cheerios. Sometimes I sprinkle a little bit of honey nut to get a little flavor, but plain Cheerios, I will go through milk. Yes.
yes, sis. I used to drink no lie, a whole gallon of milk, and
And look like a chocolate chip because I have pimples all over my face.
I used to kill some cereal. I was a cereal,
Yep.
and guess what? I gained a lot of weight doing it. I was at my biggest drinking all that milk like that because I think I weighed like a good 260 pounds
Mm.
before, and then I ended up losing the weight. I went down to like 220. And then when that happened with my gallbladder, I went all the way down to like 115, 120.
Mm.
So yeah, because I couldn't even eat anything. So that's when I was losing my weight because I thought everything I ate, it was gonna hurt me. But yeah, them chemicals in that cereal. That's what we was talking about earlier, sis. It got paint thinner in a lot of those cereals. And you
That's
know
why I
what?
always look. It's addictive. It's addictive.
They put it out there that it had paint thinner. I mean, it been all on social media. I bet you a lot of parents still feed them kids that cereal because that's what their kids want.
I used to eat a couple of big bowls of cereal just about every day. You know what? I used to date a guy. This is the moment I fell in love with him. You know what he did? Sis?
What he do?
He showed up with like a mega family size box of plain Cheerios. I said, oh, I love you. I love you. Will
See,
you
it's
marry me?
the simplest things. You don't need no 5-star restaurant or no Balenciaga and
Neither
all that
one.
stuff. You said a big ass box of Cheerios. Ooh.
Somebody was paying attention. See, look, I was a cheap date eating cereal.
Hey, but it was a fun date.
Happy as I could be.
Mhm. Yep,
Golly.
sis, they do go crazy in the cereal aisle.
All that sugar.
Nuts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It is nuts. Okay. Say for instance, like in my era when we was growing up, we had the Pac-Man cereal. We had all of those because they always appeased to, Pac-Man. We had the Donkey Kong. We had all that kind of cereal. Only time we was able to get that cereal is if we bought it ourselves. Cause mama and daddy wasn't buying that. Daddy was like, "No, you not getting it. If you wanted some Count chocolate and stuff like that, you better buy it yourself."
Count chocolate.
Guess what my daddy was getting in the house? It was cornflakes. This is the 2 cereals that was in the house. Cornflakes and
Yes.
shredded wheat. And I'm
Oh,
about the small ones. I'm talking about the big squares that they still.
checks.
Yeah. Oh, Chex and King Vitamin. Oh my God.
Wow, King Vitamin. Oh my gosh.
Those was the cereals in our house.
Oh, wow, King Vitamin.
And
It
we
was
got
Captain Crunch,
the King Vitamin.
honeycombs.
Right. It was a lot of those, but my parents wasn't. My daddy was like, no. It was, and he made sure we didn't like cereal. We had to eat the oatmeal. We ate grits and stuff like that. But when it came to the cereals, it was cornflakes, the Kellogg's cornflakes, or we had them damn the shredded wheat in the house, and it
Mm,
wasn't frosted. That's the only cereal gonna get.
mm. See, all that junk cereal was in my house, but I didn't like the sugary cereal. I felt funny after eating it. So
Yeah.
I will only eat like the plain Cheerios,
Mm-hmm.
or what else was really plain? I could eat Kix because that wasn't very, high in sugar.
Mm-hmm.
Like plain Chex, plain Rice Krispies. Sometimes I sprinkle a little bit of the other sweetened cereal in it,
Yeah.
but like
To
a
even it out.
small fraction. It was mostly plain. Like kids would just eat the cereal plain with no milk out of the box. That was too much. Too
You
much.
know
It's too
what? You
sweet.
know what? The schools is another thing that's hurting these babies. Cause
Frosted
let me tell
Flakes.
you, not frosted. They nasty.
Oh, and they take the sweet cereal and then they would pour regular sugar on top. Like
Yeah.
it's already sweet.
Oh, wait a
What
minute.
are you doing?
I used to see people put mountains of sugar on sweetened cereal. I couldn't believe. I was like, you just like to eat a whole bunch
Yep,
of.
you will see the little pile right on top, and then they'll mix it in, and then there will be a like syrup at the bottom.
Ugh. Boy, that stuff will make me
I'm
gag.
like, you don't see that, and they'll drink it.
Yeah, they'll drink it. Like they do with the Kool-Aid. They'll put a whole now when you making the Kool-Aid, what it say? It say a cup of sugar. I used to do it say a cup of sugar. Guess
Look,
what?
yeah, I gotta take my black card. I never cared for Kool-Aid either.
But sis, let me tell you about
For it.
Kool-Aid though.
Too sweet.
My kids used to be mad at me. This is how I used to make Kool-Aid. I put a half a cup of sugar in there. They said, "Mom, your Kool-Aid tastes like Gatorade." Yep. Because I used to see people put damn near a whole 5-pound bag of sugar up in this little. Oh my good, it used to
Like
make.
syrup. Mm.
Yeah, I can't drink. If I was to drink Kool-Aid, it have to be like in between, like bitter, like before I like it. And I
Yeah.
used to add lemon in mine, so to bring more of a tart taste to it because I can't mess with no real sweet Kool-Aid. But sis, this is what I was talking about. Far as the schools are the culprits. If you look at these schools, they give the kids the most unhealthiest stuff, especially when it comes down to the because I was thinking about one day my kids came home hyper. Now they was
Mm.
hyper. Where's y'all hyper from? Tell me why a a Monster, Monster drinks. They came up to the
Oh,
passed
oh
Monster
no.
drinks out to all the
It's
kids.
high in caffeine, right? And sugar.
Sis, my kids came back talking about some they drunk 2 or 3 cans. They was bouncing off the walls. I had to watch them and make sure they ain't have no heart attacks. They had a lot of kids that did have, those problems. So they ended up having to pull the vending machine out and they waited for a while. Now this remind me of when I was going to high school. I don't know if everybody remember these drinks. They was called Jolts. It was JOLT. They brought it up to the school. It was just like Monster drinks, and they was passing it around, and everybody at my school got sick. I didn't drink it because I heard it was real sweet, but it was like it looked like it was antifreeze. It said Jolt on there. It was a green
Sound
can.
that sound like they peddling drugs.
Sus. They was
But
up
it
there passing it. They was passing
makes
it
you
around. We ain't had to pay for it or nothing. That's why I
mhm.
told the
They
kids.
get you. That's how they get you hooked. They get you just the free sample.
Yeah, but I was telling the kids, I said,
Customer
"That's
for
what
life.
happened to us." They brought the Jolts there, and the Jolts was just like to me, Jolts was like, Monster, drinks mixed with the Red Bulls.
Mm.
It was that strong. It was, like a im like, it
I
was
could never handle
so
I could never handle stuff like that. Mm-mm.
mm-mm. No, I
Mm.
can't mess with that stuff, but yeah, the kids came home bouncing off the walls. I was like, "Oh, y'all gonna stay outside and get some energy, not
Yeah,
energy."
it's important to keep your sugar for the most part pretty steady. You spiking like this, and you gonna crash.
And
Spiking and crash, spiking and crash.
then on top of it, the schools is giving them fries and pizza and nuggets and all that other stuff. And
Empty, just empty calories, no nutrition.
yep. And then they wonder why a
That's
lot of
what
those
I tell
kids
you.
have
Mhm.
cardiac arrest and stuff because and now they even, parents know what these drinks do and they still buy it for their kids. Just the convenience to shut them up. You know what I'm saying? That's what they do. They shutting the kids up because they
Look,
don't want to be
pop them in
bothered.
front of a device.
Yeah, oh, especially that. Oh, that's a mind play. I told you, sis. It was one TV in the living room. Kids had no TVs. They didn't even have. They was even in high school. I didn't even give them a cell phone. If you want a cell phone, get your own cell phone. People look at me like I was crazy, but nope, I'm not. Nope, that's another bill. And for them to do
You
some
don't have a
food,
job. What do you need a cell phone for?
that's what I told her. But you know what? The kids, they didn't come to me and say, "Mama, I want a cell phone," this, and that, third, which was good. But if they did, I would have told them, "No, look, you get it when when you get some money and when you're able to pay the bill for it because I already had my hands tied with everything else. Not to add no inconvenient bills."
Mhm. For no reason. So you can what's it, keep up with the Joneses. No thanks.
Mm-mm. And then that's when the predators come in messing with your kids and stuff. Look at them now. They got sex extortion going on with these kids because these parents giving them the phones, not watching what they doing. You giving them a tablet. The predators is coming in through these devices or whatever avenues the kids are going, like Facebook and stuff like that. And they asking, "Can I get a nude?" As soon as these kids give out the nude, then they say, "Oh, you give me such and such money, or I'm gonna tell your parents this and the third." And a lot of these kids are offing themselves because
Yes.
it's a lot of predators out there and people don't know, especially with these women that's out here letting your daughters gyrate and popping herself like she on a pole. You don't know they actually prostituting their daughters. You know what I'm saying? It's too many pedos out there. And they ain't thinking about they like, "Oh girl, you look cute, girl, go girl." That is nothing funny.
That's
So
not cute.
I
That's
ran across a video.
disgusting.
Right. I ran across a video and this little girl said something to her mama. She was like, "Oh girl, you ain't gonna got it like me." She said, "But mama, she was saying the daughter said the mother was naked doing some kind of dance. She said, "Oh girl, you wish you can do it." That little girl was like, "Uh-huh, I can do it too, mama." set an example, y'all. That is crazy. So now the baby gonna be thinking, now she want to compete with mama because mama said, "Oh, girl, you can't do it like me." She said, yes, I can, mama. What kind of stuff is that? People just women. I'm not gonna say guys because it's up to us to carry the children. Women, a lot of them don't need to be mothers. They just have it as convenience to get a check. And they think because they had these babies and they give them everything that they need, that's considered parenting. And there's more to that. You know what I'm saying? It's more to that to be a parent. You can't just have them, let them sit at home. You throw a tablet in their face, you give them a phone and expect them to teach.
Raise themselves.
And that's what's happening. That's why a lot of these kids don't know nothing in school. They know all about videos, twerking, reciting derogatory music, but they don't even know the ABCs, how to type, how to do anything. They know how to type because they doing the text. And what I'm saying is they don't even know how to write their name. They don't know nothing about cursive. I heard they took cursive out of the schools. So when it comes time for them when they get older, they wouldn't even know how to do a signature. They'd be like, a signature, what is that? We knew all of that because when you have a signature, you're not supposed to just print. You're supposed to do cursive, right?
Mm-hmm.
They don't have that. They don't have that no more. And that is it's better.
And diet plays a huge role in it.
Yep.
Diet plays a huge role in it. The brain and how it functions. Also,
Sleep.
how apathetic you are
They don't
because
even
of
sleep.
hormones misfiring.
Sis, remember when we was growing up, the TV went off. If we was up, which was rarely, unless we was sneaking, the TV
Ha!
was
I was
off at
sneaking.
12 o'clock. We heard dun, dun, it was like
I was definitely sneaking.
it's like
I was sneaking watching Mr. Bean.
now they have TV 24/7. These kids
Mm,
all day, every day.
not in this house.
Well, yeah, it didn't happen to mine either. But I'm just saying, but it's a lot of parents that's out there that they allow TVs in these kids' room. You don't think them kids watching TV? Now, when we was growing up too, a lot of people probably in our era remember this. When they used to have, say for instance, you had cable and you went across the channels you're not supposed to see, and it got the little whatever fuzz, you trying to see if you see body parts through it. Now that's what they have for us. Now they have in pure view. Your kids can actually see the porn.
Mm-hmm.
We had to do this if you was like that doing like this, look like, oh, look at that, because we didn't know, but it was on there. But they made it only enough where you can see it. But now it's like in plain view, and I'm like, we couldn't even. I think our movies was like we couldn't even watch rated R. We had G and PG. PG-13 came down later down the line.
Mm-hmm.
When Gremlins came out, that was considered
Yeah, Grooms was scary.
rated R. You know what I'm
It
saying?
was scary.
And that's Gremlins. You look at that like, oh, it wasn't even that bad. You know what I'm saying? We was kids, it wasn't that bad, but
I saw something recently that said that Gremlins was no, it was arachnophobia. It said that arachnophobia was a comedy. I said that wasn't
Mhm.
no comedy. That was terrifying.
I didn't watch Arachnophobia because
Oh, don't do it, sis. Don't do it.
you
Don't
know
do
why?
it. It's
Because I
not a
don't
comedy. I
I
don't
don't
know what's
like
wrong with them.
I don't like spiders, so that's one movie
Mm-mm,
I watch.
don't do it. Traumatized.
Mm-mm.
Now, this dessert, it reminds me of the Blob. Remember the movie The Blob?
What
It's
the
reminds me of The
yeah,
Blob. But
oh,
this is rockin' raspberry cobbler. Raspberries are high in fiber, reduce kidney disease, and great for your lungs. And it's made of cashews, which are great for your heart, your bones, and your immunity. Rockin' raspberry cobbler.
that look good. I might have to make that.
Mm-hmm. Rockin' raspberry cobbler. Oh,
Uh-oh.
sis, this is for you. This one is the kiwi key lime pie.
Oh.
Kiwi decreases inflammation in the airways. Kiwis increase bone density and are good for the skin. Limes help saliva break down food and prevent kidney stones. Oh, that looks so good. I also love lemon meringue pie, key lime pies. Oh my sis, I love it. Let me see the ingredients here.
Oh.
Limes, kiwi, raw cashew, raw almond,
Mhm.
agave nectar. I usually use dates. You know what? I have date syrup, which
Oh.
is easier to manipulate. The
Mhm.
date syrup,
Mhm.
non-dairy milk, sea salt, coconut, vanilla extract. For the crust, almonds, coconut oil, agave, vanilla, sea salt, key lime filling, non-dairy milk, kiwi, lime juice, avocado, lime zest, soaked cashews, agave, coconut oil. Very simple. Very
Oh,
simple.
oh, I have to make some of that.
Yes, I've made this. I made this. You know what's really good and low in sugar? Um, so delicious coconut topping.
Oh, I had that before. Oh my
Is
god.
that good? And it's
Yeah.
so light. I
Oh,
haven't been able to find it recently.
it's light, fluffy. Yeah, I couldn't find it either. And guess what? I used to just eat it as it was. It was so good.
Yep, yep. That I had when I made that, I had some of that topping with this.
Mhm.
That was good together. That
Oh,
was good.
you can't find that. It's like they didn't every time you find something that you like, it's like they take it out of the stores.
There's they have another one that's like it's not blue, it's pink. I think it's low fat. It's something, but I've had that one before. I don't really care for. I like the blue one.
Mhm.
I find the pink one everywhere, but I can't find the blue one.
No.
Now this isn't really good for you, but I just added that there for fun. That looked like a heart attack.
Oh, that make my stomach hurt looking at it.
Look at
Mhm.
that. I think the only thing healthy about this is the cherry. Because yeah, that's a real cherry. And
Mm,
there's macadamia nuts in it. Macadamia nuts support brain health. They have antioxidants, great for your bone, your teeth, your muscle repair and growth. But I'm sure that's canceled out about all the other junk that's in this.
mm. Nah, we
It's
passed.
crazy. This one is the come on, this is the macadamia brown butter cashew cookie dough.
Ooh, that's a lot.
Yes. This is macadamia nuts, cashews, brown sugar, vanilla, oat flour, white chocolate chips, gluten-free ice cream. That's this too much. But I just added it there for fun.
I done gained 100 pounds looking at that.
No, doesn't it? It look like this pure fat.
Oh, talking about some.
I want to take like a little bite, just like a little lick it a little bit.
I'm good.
Yeah,
Mm-mm.
yeah,
We'll pass on that one.
yeah.
Yeah.
But it's so pretty. It's so pretty. Oh, but this
Oh,
key
I
lime. Mm,
might be making that tomorrow. That looks
yeah, that's
good.
good. That is good.
I'll be calling you
Ooh,
like, sis, why you ain't
ooh,
tell me this?
ooh. Mm. But with that cheesecake base,
Mhm.
similar to the lentils, you have the base, you can add any kind of flavors to it.
Mhm.
Like we've made it the blueberry flavor, we've made it with strawberries, we made it with banana, we made chocolate, um, just about everything, all different kinds of flavors. But we always come back to just
Mhm.
the plain, where sometimes we add a little something to it.
Right. It's
Ain't go
been
wrong with the plain.
I gotta oh yeah, I'm gonna be calling you like, where's your daughter at? I'm like, niece. She like, huh? Like, give me some recipes on that lentil stuff. That's good.
Yes.
She into that. That is that's really good.
So we tried all kinds of cooking methods with the lentil.
Mhm.
Um, like I said, some of them were challenging because it would get stuck to the pan because we
Mhm.
try not to use too much oil. But what we found works the best. We do use a little bit of spray, just a little bit.
Okay.
We cook it in the waffle iron, and
Mhm.
it's faster. And we have the double waffle iron, so we can cook two waffles at once.
Okay.
Yep, but the lentils, sometimes if we want a different flavor, we'll add like a pancake batter to it.
Mm.
That adds a different flavor and a different consistency. Or we've had, oh, I really like this. We've had like a savory kind. We add a little bit of cornbread batter to it with
Oh.
different seasons like fennel, and different herbs and spices. That gives it a very savory. We were hooked on like an Italian lentil loaf at one point.
Oh, that
It
sounds good.
had all the rosemary and the basil and mm,
Mm-mm.
ooh, 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 ooh. And
See,
it's
that's
guilt
making
free,
me hungry.
sis. Guilt free. Don't add a pound or an inch.
Yeah, because I had cut.
Golly.
What I did. I had cut bread out the house, but I was getting like keto friendly wraps or stuff like that, like the
Mhm.
spinach wraps. But really, want to make because I like bread. Really want to make something that's more that's more nutritional based. So which is good. I'm gonna have to try that. See if the hubby like it.
I used to well, I still have it. That pole thing hasn't been loved in a long time, but I still have my bread machine. I wore that bread machine out. I try, sis, I made every type of loaf of bread in the book. I did everything with that bread machine. Made the pizza dough, made the
Mm.
cinnamon rolls, the everything. But look, I'm which is only like 5 or 10 pounds, but weight doesn't work for me. That's why I had a lot of issues with my knees locking up,
Mhm.
the back pain.
Yeah, it's a
I'm just
lot of people
retired
deal with
now.
that back pain because of the weight.
But we did find something else. Now this is a little bit more expensive to make.
Mhm.
Um, but we found, but the texture is amazing. It definitely is that loaf, that soft bread loaf texture.
Mhm.
It's with millet
Oh, yeah.
and psyllium husk, and oh, what else was in it? I think I think flaxseed.
Oh,
But you take the millet. Now I'm sure you can find millet flour, but
yeah.
we were trying to save money, so we had millet and we would just blend it up in the Ninja to grind
Mhm.
down to a flour, which it took forever. It was probably save time. It's about a millet flour, but um, you would grind that up. I feel like I'm missing some ingredients, but I know you mentioned that Bobby Price. I love that Bobby Price. Um, some of these recipes, matter of fact, the key lime pie recipes from Chef Babette's book.
Mhm. Oh, I
Who
like
else?
her.
There's a brother on YouTube. It's called his show is called, what's his slogan? Make your own. He
Is you
says,
talking about
make
Bobby
it yourself.
Price?
It's not the Bobby Price, it's another brother. I think it's his show is healthy vegan eating, healthy vegan cooking, something like that.
Mm.
But he makes a lot of meals with very low or no sugar. He uses dates instead, oil, salts. He has a ton of recipes, and that's when we found this bread recipe.
Oh, okay.
That is a great bread loaf.
Wow.
Great bread loaf. Oh my gosh. But it's pricey because we had a nice size can of the psyllium husk. We
Mhm.
flew through it. We flew through it. We flew through it, sis. We
I
had, I want to say, 6 or 7 pounds of millet. Flew through it in like a week because
Wow.
we love bread. We love bread, and we want to do something different. Besides the lentil bread,
Right.
the lentil bread is definitely much more affordable. But that millet bread, that
Uh,
has the perfect fluffy loaf consistency.
yeah, I heard about the millet bread was real. I said if I was to make some, I'll end up doing that and see how that go. Cause
And it has, when you bake it, it has that yep, because because with the lentil, unless you add other flour, you
Mhm.
can't make like you can't make like a loaf. It has to be, you can make like a thin pancake, or like
Mhm.
with the waffle iron, you have to flip it.
Mhm.
But with the millet, I made that in my bread machine.
Oh,
So that
okay.
was the last time I used the bread machine. And it baked up like a regular loaf and it had that nice crust on top. And it had, since I love the end pieces. I love the end pieces. Look, me and my daughter, we fight to the death for the end piece.
And normally you don't fight for the end piece.
I
That's the
love the end pieces because the
bread.
end pieces are crusty and you dunking in some soup.
Battling your baby for the end pieces of the bread.
We have this thing. We used to think we do eat the blue corn chips sometimes. And look, sometimes we mess it. We drop chips everywhere. And we go fight to the death for that piece of chip. We're gonna fight to the death for the last chip.
Wow.
We have fun. We have fun.
Sound like me and my daughter. She 27. We still be doing stuff.
Gotta have fun.
Yeah. I was like, she 27, but I still call her princess. She's like, Mama, I'm not princess anymore. I'm like, oh yes, you are. The only girl. Got all those boys. She the only girl. So she stuck with that. I'm gonna call her that until even if she 50, I'm gonna be like, princess. She be like, everybody gonna be looking at her. She be like, oh my God, you so embarrassing.
I remember, I think my daughter was 11-ish, maybe 12. And she said, I'm not gonna call you mommy anymore. I'm gonna call you mom. I was like, oh, my baby's growing up on me. It took me a while to get used to that, sis. It took me a while. That broke my heart a little bit, but I was also proud. I was like, oh, okay, you go now with your bad self. I'm mom now. All right.
I get mama and mommy to this day, and they all grown. Mama and
mom. Mom.
Hey,
I love it.
Even with the grandkids, because a lot of people don't like for their grandchildren to call them, grandma, especially the women. Don't call me grandma, call me. They make some names up. I told my kids, you call me granny. I made it the most.
My mom's like that.
The oldest grandma you could. Don't call me grandma, call me granny.
Right? I want to be grandma, whatever. My mom's like that. She said, don't call me grandma. She has another name. She has kids call her. And I'm like, that's like a badge of honor.
They don't want to be old. That's what it is. I told people because my oldest grandson, he is 8. So I was like in my 40s when I had my first grandson. And I was, it was at the hospital I worked at. Found out my grandson was born. No, I was at the hospital where he was born. When I got back to the to work at the hospital I worked at, they had a big old sign said, "Congratulations, grandma." I said, "No, correction. Congratulations, granny. First grandchild." I said, "Don't put grandma granny on there." They was like, "You don't look old enough to be a grandma." I said, "I'm proud to be a granny." I love my grandboys. My grandsons, they are adorable. Each and every one of them.
I think, let's see, my mom was either 34 or 35 when she became a grandmother. She had my older sister young, had me young, and my older sister had her first young.
Wow. Yeah, I was 42 when I had my first grandson. But it was from my youngest son at that time. I was not happy because it was it was my youngest son.
Oh, how old was he?
He was 16.
Oh boy. Starting early.
Girl, I'm telling you, I was like,
oh, everything works out. Everything works out.
Yeah, and my baby came out when he was born. He, got older. He got red hair like me. He looked just like me, so it's so cute. He looked like his mom now when he got older, but I could still see my son in him. He act just like my son. Oh, that's the carbon copy of him. He can talk you to death.
Cool. That's so cool.
And speaking of which, I'm gonna get him in the morning in a few more hours. Oh Lord. So yeah, I gotta get my sleep in too. He'll be here.
So in
the morning.
So we'll wrap it up. We'll wrap it up. This was an amazing show. I learned so much.
Yeah, I'm glad
I've learned so much.
So thank you, boss man.
Thank you, boss man. Mwah. Chef boss man.
That's right.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Wow. I can't imagine him. Is a tubby? A little round guy? That's crazy. That's awesome though. That's awesome. It's inspirational. It can be done.
If I was to show you how big I was, I mean, I look like I went back and saw the pictures. I said, "Geez," I said, "I seen my back off." I was like, "Oh, I looked a hot mess." I said, "No, I gotta keep that weight down. I really do. I don't want to get to that point ever again. I want to be smaller than I am now. It's coming along real nicely, but
Yeah,
you
yeah, because
know,
it'll be if you don't behave, it'll sneak right up on you.
and if I was physically able to go to the gym like I need to, I would have been small by now. But no, by me just doing what I have to do, far as watching what I eat, doing the intermittent fasting and stuff like
Mm-hmm.
that, really helping and doing a little movement because sometimes what I have it make it to where I can't really move like I need to. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Have to do something to keep yourself busy so that weight can stay off. But if you keep eating and just sitting, you be just like this. Was that my 600-pound life? You do not want that.
So that's and I was thinking because especially with us sitting so much, like
Mhm.
with I came up with the well, I don't say I came up with it, but I was inspired to have like a show dedicated to movement, just any kind of movement to get us moving around. But I said I want to make it fun.
Right.
I want to make it fun. So what I did, I said, let me incorporate this more because I had the challenges in my game,
Okay.
which mostly require physical activity, and that was the point to get people up. But
Hmm.
so let me incorporate this more physical activity into the game. So the first round, I'm doing charades along with the trivia.
Oh,
So people can come up and they can move. We had a blast. That's what BBL Flipper came from. Yeah, but I got to work out. I got to work out definitely.
yeah, I have to too because I gotta, I just have to wait to the
Matter of
back
fact,
right so I'm able to do so. So you know how that is. Good night, sis. She said it was amazing, amazing show. Thank you so much.
love you, my dear. She did a great job. She did a great job when it came to.
Yes, that
She
is
did a great job. Love you, sweetie pie. All
yeah.
right. Sis, any final thoughts?
Final thoughts. Stay away from the restaurants. Learn how to cook. Learn how to cook healthier meals for yourself and your family. That will keep you out of the hospitals and urgent cares and keep you off of those medications. I'm not saying that, all medications is bad, but I'm saying a lot of medications are bad. So the best medicine cabinet is your kitchen. Just learn how to do what you need to do far as when it comes to the herbs. Learn your herbs. Don't just buy everything. You have to do your research on your herbs, do the research on your vegetables and everything else before you consume it. If you were to buy, excuse me, if you were to buy foods from the stores, really read those labels. If it's some things that you can't pronounce or you don't know what it is, it's not good for you.
Mm-hmm.
Stay clear away from it. So that was my final thoughts on that one. But yeah,
Awesome.
your kitchen is your hospital.
Absolutely. Especially for I can't even say really say women because
It's
apparently
me.
a lot of us aren't cooking nowadays, but usually the women are the heart of the home and manage the kitchen, so they manage the health of the home. So
Mhm.
we really have to be aware of what's going on in our kitchen. And if you don't feel like cooking because we're so busy in our lives, don't be ashamed just to eat a mono meal, just to
Right.
get a bunch of grapes and eat them. Get
Mhm.
a seeded, get a watermelon, get whatever. Simple. You grab it, you clean it, and
Mhm.
eat it. And
Also,
that's okay. It
and I'm
doesn't have to be something you
right.
spend 5 hours in the kitchen preparing, or you have to go look for ingredients. It doesn't have to be that difficult. Keep it simple. Do what works best for you.
And also, sis, if you busy, like say for instance, if y'all busy and you working, because when I was doing a lot of work, I was going to nursing school and here working and taking care of kids. The main thing I had to do, main thing that helped me out was meal prep. If you can make a meal at least for 2 days, because of course the kids gonna eat something in between, but they'll have something for 2 days and you'll have it
Hmm.
ready available and stuff. All you have to do is heat it up. So
Hmm.
that'll also help out with the cooking process as well, because a lot of people don't think about that. You can make meals, you can freeze them. You label them, make sure you put the date that you made them, freeze them up. So all you have to do is just take it out the freezer, pop it in the oven, and you have a meal. So same when
Absolutely.
it comes to the crock pot, you can put whatever you can in a because I like crock pot stuff. That's another thing that's real easy and simple. Just put the stuff in the crock pot, go on about your business, put it on low. By the time you get home, it'll be ready and you don't even have to cook. You be able to
Yep.
eat right then and there. So it's plenty of
Keep
ways
it simple.
to do it. So you don't be slaving because we hear, "Oh, I don't want to be slaving in the kitchen." It don't take that long because like I said, you heard you heard Boss Bear. We said when I was saying it only take a few minutes. It don't take that long. It takes anywhere
That equates an hour.
I could do a whole meal in 30 minutes. Now, if I could do a whole meal in 30, a whole set in 30 minutes, it's not gonna take long for anybody to cook. So 30 minutes to an hour is reasonable for some people, but sometimes, we get carried away in the kitchen. I could be in the kitchen cooking for about 4 hours and not know it.
Singing, dancing. But
Oh,
the thing is,
right,
once you get into the rhythm of it,
right.
of having this routine, then
Mhm,
it comes easy. Just like anything else, it comes easy.
mhm.
And
And
you find other ways to even like cut corners or save
right.
on time,
But
multitask.
sis, cooking is therapeutic. They don't know that. It is so therapeutic. Have your music going on, and when you in there cooking, and it's like cooking actually is like an art. So
It
actually,
is.
it is art. Actually, it is art. You just have to find your niche in it and everything. But you'll get it because there's a lot of women, a lot of people in general. When it came to cooking, we all had those fail safes where we ran across and we made something that was nasty. Like, dang, I can't believe. Look, I done felt in a lot of things in the beginning. I was like, ugh, this tastes nasty, and I'm throwing the whole thing away. And
No, I'm not wasting all this food.
I wasted something, y'all. I was so mad. Oh, I was so mad. And I paid a little money on it too. I was not happy. I was like, never again. So you just learn, it's trial and error, but everybody will get it. But cooking is not hard. It's just that you have to make it fun. Play some music, get you some little if you drink some wine and go to town. And if you have
Throw some
children,
of the wine in the food.
right. If you got some children, incorporate them, put them in there, and let them be your helpers. Kids have four. Kids love when you call them in that
Me
kitchen and
too.
when they're cooking. They have fun, and that's a bonding thing that you can have with your kids as well. Because you can talk about their day, whatever, and they just busy talking about what happened in school and cooking at the same time. So it's cool. Oh my God, there you go with that again, sis. No.
That's the devil.
Imma go to bed, Imma have
My
nightmares.
sugar spiking right now.
Oh my goodness, I didn't had yeah, I'm good.
She has 3 ice cream cones. You see that?
Yeah, that's a lot. Oh
She
my
tripping.
goodness. Now, look, let me have a nightmare seeing this. Imma call you early. I'm calling you morning like, "Sis, look what you did." I done had a nightmare. You done showed that stuff on TV, on the thing.
Ali. Just one little bite. Just one little bite. That's all I
No.
need.
No. All right, y'all, but
All right,
to let
everyone.
y'all go.
Love y'all.
Y'all
This
have
has
a
been
good
the Grown Ass Women
one.
podcast.
Yes,
We'll
see
see you
y'all
next
next
week.
Thursday. Bye.
Mwah.